Thank you for your understanding. Silvia, please.
Thank you so much. Good morning to the second day. It's a Saturday. It's 9 a.m. I hope everyone had coffee and is excited for this new day and second day, new panel. I'm very excited to be here with four excellent panelists. And we are on panel D, which is writing, playing, and performing international law when style is substance. And this panel is actually like perfectly encapsulating what we're going to discuss here, because we have two first papers which are basically looking at legal text, looking at judgments and the style of those type of judgments and how we can conceive of this visual aesthetics of the text as such, and of the very surprising way of lawyers sometimes also do creative writing when they do decisions and judgments. That's our first two panelists. And then we basically change the medium of aesthetics, and then we go to our second two panelists, which look at songs. And songs, I think, is something that we haven't discussed so far. So I'm really looking forward to some different types of aesthetics and visuals in transferring and transforming and kind of channeling international law and modes of resistance against fascism and white supremacy and global North colonialism and all of this. So this is basically a panel put together from basically legal perspectives and a perspective from a lawyer on a different medium that basically transforms international law. We'll go straight to our first speaker, which is Lorenzo Gaspari. He's a tenured assistant professor at Santa Anna School of Advanced Studies and a visiting professor here. I Googled all four panelists. I didn't find any visual arts things that they're doing, but if they have a very interesting talent to share, that they're very welcome to say that. Where sometimes we always have the second persona as an artist, that I think is also really important to appreciate in a forum such as this. Lorenzo, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Silvia. So it is scarcely likely that a system which, of set purpose, created a position such that, if a mandatory made use of its veto, it would thereby block what would otherwise be a decision of the Council, should simultaneously invest individual members of the League with, in effect, a legal right of complaint if this veto, to which the mandatory was entitled, was made use of. So I'm not having a stroke, I'm just reading a judgment of the International Court of Justice. And this remarkable sentence, it's one sentence, comes from the second phase judgment of the Southwest Africa cases, which of course is considered often as one of the worst judgment of the court portfolio. But you can see passive voices, useless adverbs, random commas, intricate webs of subordinates that show the lack of any sensibility about the craft of writing. Now, several decades passed since this decision, and the writing style of the court changed a lot. But however, despite the passage of time and the introduction of sensible amelioration, badly written judgments can be found in recent practice as much as well-written judgments can be found in old times. So I think it is fair to assume that a lot depends on the drafter and on the absence of a dedicated training in creative writing. As we read in the ICJ statute, knowledge of the law and high moral characters are the characteristic of the judge, but maybe that do not suffice to, and not enough to write a good judgment if the author lacks a certain basic training in the elements of style. So judges and law clerks may have a personal interest towards literature, but as a matter of internal rules, they are not called to learn how to write. There is no official guidelines that will tell the writer to follow rules of composition. The only internal document about writing concerns editing and about things like capitalized state and capitalized articles, and that's it. So this outstanding gap is the object of my presentation. I focus on the form of legal language and the elements of style that build the judgment. So to be clear, my focus on the literary form does not exclude this relationship with the substantive law and the political and social context. But my starting point is that hard cases, bad law, and terrible writing go hand in hand. So following a structure that is frequently used in creative writing courses, I will start with the most basic element of the craft, which is the vocabulary, and move to more complex elements on how to write a sentence, the construction of the character, and the development of the plot. So preliminary, just a word on what I think constitute a good judgment from a literary standpoint. So I think I need to make this explicit, or it will not make sense to speak means without a clear ends. So also, we may have different ideas about what constitutes a good judgment. And of course, our different ideas affects the style that the writer should take. So I think that the literary aims of writing judgments should be to write as clear and direct as possible. It is not obvious, it's not that obvious in comparison with other purposes of writing judgment. Could be settling the dispute, winning the competition on other courts, establishing authority, and so on. So it's not obvious that literary clarity serves all these purposes. Authority may originate from the mystery of fate and obscure formulas. Winning an argument may means to privilege the solution that is politically convenient despite a convolute reasoning. And but from a literary standpoint, I think it is possible and it is better to ask to the experts of creative writing, and we may find what does it mean to write a good judgment. And here there is a vast literature on the topic, from the classical Elements of Style by Strunk and White to Stephen King's On Writing a Memory of the Craft. And there is really a lot of literature on how to write well. And this is the source of my analysis, the raw material that I employ. So first, the vocabulary. Here, the mantra is omit needless words. And Strunk and White, as the Strunk and White handbook states, and Stephen King reflects it in the formula, second draft equal first draft minus 10%. And it's nothing new. I mean, several decades before creative writing courses, George Orwell, in his short but famous essay on politics and the English language, praised economy by saying that never use a long word when a short one will do. And if it's possible to cut word, always cut it out. So in judicial terms, it applies to all those expressions that build the style of the court, but they are perfectly useless to convey the message. Things like, it is therefore necessary, the question as to whether, there is no doubt that, this is a question that, the fact that, and etc. So for instance, just picking a random passage from a random judgment, in the recent decisions of the Gambia versus Myanmar, the court says, on the question of fact, Myanmar submits that whilst the Gambia is the nominal applicant in these proceedings, the record makes it clear that the Gambia has acted as an organ, agent, and proxy of the OIC, which is the true applicant in this case. I mean, there is nothing wrong in this sentence. It actually reveals how the judges write. But what about Myanmar submit that the OIC is the true applicant and the Gambia has acted as organ, agent, and proxy, period. So the key message is that writing is more about subtraction than addition, I would say, if you read from this creative writing Elements of Style. Then the second element, how to write a sentence. Here we open another different world, but to be synthetic, there are 3 rules that I want to mention, which are avoid the passive voice, avoid adverbs, and avoid negatives. And they all point to clarity, and expressing the intention of the author in the most direct way possible. But as I said, often this is not really the purpose of judges. So first, the International Court of Justice abuses passive voices. In some cases, forgive a sense of solemnity. For instance, a sentence like the International Court of Justice, like the Permanent Court of International Justice, has always been guided by the principle that. So the intention is to give the reader some kind of confidence about the importance of this principle. It's not the court that is in charge, but it's the principle, is the law. But of course, stated directly if it is the intention. In other cases, the passive voice reveals the object of interest. So for instance, at the time of its colonization by Spain, the area of this desert with which the court is concerned was being exploited almost exclusively by nomads. So the subject of this sentence, nomads, appears at the end, but why are not nomads exploiting the land, but the land being exploited by them? Of course, the object of the interest is the territory and not the people inhabiting it. So you put it in a passive voice to show it. So the passive voice is also a subtle way to conceal the subject of the sentence and to avoid making a point, because with the passive voice, often we don't know who is the actor, who is the subject of it. So for instance, again, he say a tutelage was to be established for these peoples, and this tutelage was to be entrusted to certain advanced nations and is exercised by them as mandatories on behalf of the League. And here the lack of subject conceals that advanced nations entrust to other advanced nations with the tutelage, evidently. Then the second one, avoid adverbs. This is another rule that all textbooks of creative writing mentions. And behind adverbs, there is the idea that the writer hides her fear of not being understood or taken seriously. So the court makes ample use of adverbs such as undoubtedly, clearly, properly, inevitably, usually, briefly, accordingly, slightly, similarly, normally, persistently, hardly, intimately, and so on. So the reader perceives some kind of unclarity and insecurity. For instance, usually implies exceptions, inevitably shows that it might be evitable. Properly means that there is another way that might be equally valid, and hardly signifies that actually something can be done. Then the third point is avoid negative. The negative sentences express denial, and the writer should not use them to evade assertion. So for instance, the court often uses expression such as it will not be inconsistent, which express uncertainty, of course, as the consistency of its views. Or the double negatives are also frequent with great uncertainty for the reader. A sentence like the General Assembly could not, in the exercise of its supervisory function, do anything which the court had not actually done, even if it had authority to do it, which of course translated like the General Assembly can only do what the Council had done to give effects to its competences. Then I move to the third element of style, which I think is relevant to speak of in the context of judgment, which is the construction of the characters. So characters are the living materials that make the story move and the plot unfold. In the context of the judgment, the elements that performs the same function is the legal argument. So it could be, for instance, the monetary gold principle, effective control, universal jurisdiction, all these legal notions that the court employs to solve the dispute. And another famous authors on creative writing, Burton and Foster, says that there are too many ways in which a writer can introduce and develop a character. So she can describe its qualities in a direct way, or she can show how the character plays a role in the context. So in fiction, doing rather than saying is the rule. So in order to know a character, it's way more effective to read what it has instead of what it is. And this is also what we find, I think, in ICJ judgment, because the court presents the legal argument in the middle of the action. I mean, as a pinpoint between the parties. And this is a way of constructing the character, the legal argument, that leaves a lot of freedom of the court, but I also wonder whether it serves simplicity and clarity. If we imagine the presentation of legal arguments as a sort of characters that are presented in a theater script, like a clear description at the beginning of the play so that the reader can anticipate their functions in the text. In a sense, the court should be able to say, in this section, we are dealing with the argument titled the territorial tort principle, for instance, which presents the following features. After this plain description, the reader is ready to see how the parties and the judges play with it. So the purpose of the judgment is not really to entertain the reader with the entrance of unexpected characters and plot twists. Essentially, it is boring, the draft of the element of the judgment. And finally, the last point I want to make concerns the plot. And because the presentation of the characters is inextricably linked with the unfolding of the story, with the development of the plot. And the court actually often reaffirms its power to select the order of the arguments and decide how to manage the plot of the judgments. So in narrative fiction, there are limited numbers of ways in which the story unfolds. Todorov, for instance, first of all, theorized the shift from one equilibrium to the other as an essential dynamic of the plot. Like equilibrium, disruption of equilibrium, recognition of equilibrium, attempts to restore equilibrium, re-establishment of equilibrium. And the judicial genre fits into this literary analysis by revealing the importance of fixed structure and clearly identifiable plots. The dynamic of equilibrium is actually relevant also for the judge, who has this basic structure of describing the situation, presenting the opposing view of the parties, and providing a synthesis. And the practice of the International Court of Justice on this varied considerably throughout the years, and it took several decades to have a more discernible structure that would constrain the writer. So in early judgment, we could find facts presented in the middle of the judgment, issues of competences and admissibility mushrooming a bit everywhere, the resurrection of dead characters for no discernible reason. While in rest of judgment, the reader finds a more fixed structure with facts at the beginning and discussion of questions one after the other in the classic dynamic of equilibrium, which it could be defined by this description of the applicant, description of the respondent, decision of the court. And this is the basic structure. But then writing does not stop there, and there are many choices that the writer can take. I will just refer to a fundamental decision, which is the concern the position of the solution of the particular question. So in some cases, the court begins with asserting the decision and then presents the position of the parties and then motivates its conclusion. In other cases, and more frequently in contemporary practice, the reader finds the solution only at the end of each section. So there are consequences for this decision. Putting the decision at the end is a way of guiding the reader towards the solution, as sort of in a thriller. Like you can imagine what will happen, but you never know if a character will show up to change something, to invert the situation. So I think this kind of plot does not make sense for judicial writing. There is no need to play the fiction that the solution is developing in front of the reader, in front of the reader's eyes. The decision should be at the outset and the motivation follows in some way. So just a word to conclude, there is a lot to uncover from writing practice, and I just barely scraped the surface. I hope I managed at least to convey the progressive complexity and the application of the elements of style and the relevance of creative writing for providing a benchmark for what should constitute a good judgment from a literary standpoint. So thank you so much for the attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lorenzo, especially also for excellent timekeeping. We're now switching to our second speakers, following along in the line of looking at judgments in particular and the things with style. Our next speaker is Irene Miano from the Goethe Institute in Geneva, where she is a fast-track PhD candidate in international law, and she will do her presentation with style.
So thank you, Silvia, for the kind introduction, and to the organizer for having put together a conference on such an interesting topic. It's a pleasure for me to be here today to join the discussion about the aesthetics of international law, and I will do so by focusing on a very specific aspect of this broader topic, namely the formal style or aesthetical features of ICJ judgments and advisory opinions. It's also great to speak right after Lorenzo, as I think that this complements quite well what he has just presented. So this project finds its roots in a more general interest in the practice of international courts and tribunals, and more specifically in the work of the International Court of Justice, my PhD project being precisely on this court. While navigating through the pages of judgments and advisory opinions, I started to observe some style changes within the practice of the court and decided to analyze them in a more systematic manner to try to understand whether these style changes meant something, and if that was the case, what actually they meant. So it is important at this stage to specify what I mean by style for the purpose of this contribution, and therefore on what exactly my observation focused. Of course, several meanings can be attached to the word style, but for the purpose of this contribution, I would use style in a rather narrow sense, as synonymous of form. As from this definition, it follows also what, for the purpose of this work, is meant by aesthetical features. So aesthetical features are things related to form, usually perceived as external to the text and this substance, such, for instance, a cover or a visual or paragraph numbering. But these elements, even if they might appear as detached from the substance of the text as mere ornaments, they are in reality part of the substance of the text and of what the author would like to communicate to its reader. So this is precisely the intuition that is at the basis of this contribution, that the ICJ is communicating something to its audience by doing things with style. So when I say that the International Court of Justice does things with style, and this is also in the title of my contribution, I attach to this sentence two possible different meanings. So the first interpretation can be that when doing things, meaning issuing a decision or rendering an advisory opinion, the court adopts a specific style, a style that is peculiar to its institution and that by now we have associated to the court. A second interpretation, which is probably less intuitive than the first one, can be to consider the word use and in its nuance, the word to do in its nuance as synonymous of use. So in this perspective, saying that the ICJ does things with style would mean that the court uses its style with a purpose, do things with a purpose. So this contribution would reflect on both meanings of this sentence, first showing what is the style of the ICJ in terms of form, and then understanding what things the ICJ has done and is doing with the style. So in essence, the two questions that I'm asking and trying to resolve with this paper are the two questions that you can see here on the slide. So first, how the International Court of Justice style of structuring judgments and advisory opinions has changed over time, and then why certain style changes might have occurred. So let's first try to visualize together the how part. So before going into details with some examples, I should make a premise about the different type of changes that one can observe within the style of the ICJ. So the first type is the evolution. It means that there are some changes that we can observe over time. So a classical example in this perspective is the length of the judgment, as we will see later with the help of some graphs. The other example is the punctual changes, meaning some changes that have been enacted by the ICJ in a judgment, in a specific judgment or in a specific advisory opinion, and then the ICJ has kept ever since, like for instance, the introduction of table of contents. So here on this slide, you can see the cover of the first ever issued advisory opinion, which is the one in 1948 on the condition of admission of a state to membership in the United Nations, and the latest one, which is the Chagos advisory opinion of 2019. As you can see, there are slightly differences in the covers, like in the font use, but also in how the cover is structured, the order of words, and blank spaces. Similar changes have been enacted also in relation to judgments. Here you can see the first judgment ever issued by the ICJ, which is the Corfu Channel case on preliminary objection, and then on the other slide, one of the most recent. This is one of the latest that have been actually put in the reports, so that's why it's not one of the most one of those that was issued very recently. So it's from 2019. Another type of evolution that we can observe is the one related to summary titles. So anyone familiar with judgments or advisory opinion of the ICJ will know that the ICJ puts at the beginning of its judgment and advisory opinion a series of summary titles that identify the main topics that are addressed in that advisory opinion or in that judgment. So if we make observation about summary title, we can notice that over time, the ICJ has started to increase the length of summary titles. Here again, from the first advisory opinion, you can see that it's a small paragraph dedicated to that, and then in the Chagos Archipelagos, it's 4 pages. And similarly, for judgments, in the first, this one is one of the oldest, it's the Corfu Channel case, this time on the merits. You can see again, here it's 2 paragraphs, 1 page, and then one of most recent, 2019, India against Pakistan, is 3 pages. So this is like to show visually this type of change. Another type of change that we can observe is it's now the ICJ has structured the page visually. So here it's again a random page taken from the Corfu Channel case on the merits of 1949. So here you can see that the text is quite dense. There is no paragraph numbering. Not like the use of blank space is basically like there is only like a small blank space at the beginning, but like the text appear quite heavy, and this is very different from one of the most recent judgments. Here is the Iran against US case, the judgment that was issued on the 30th of March of this year. So here you can see the paragraphs are way shorter. The paragraphs are numbered. There are blank spaces within the text, and the text overall appears more fluid. So these are type of changes that we can consider mostly as evolutions, but the ICJ has also enacted some changes that, as I was mentioning before, can be considered as punctual changes. Like, for instance, the introduction of a table of contents, the introduction of headings. Here you can see an example. The introduction of visuals when the topic required to do so, because at the beginning, even when the topic was asking, like could have been better explained with the map, the ICJ was not using visuals. So these are like type of punctual changes that the ICJ enacted. So here, with the help of some graphs, we can see that the length of advisory opinion has increased over time, as the trend line shows, and the length was measured in terms of number of pages. The length of judgments, of course, the judgments are higher in numbers, so one should follow the trend line again to see that the length has overall increased in terms of number of pages. And here it's the assessment in terms of number of pages and like the overall length of summary titles, which was something that I was showing visually before. So from this observation, it's clear that the ICJ does things with style in the first perspective that I was mentioning, meaning that it adopts its own specific style. However, what one could have wondered if this observation can also prove the second perspective to be true, meaning that the ICJ might use its formal style to communicate substantive messages to its audience. So whether this understanding might hold true or not is something that I've tried to understand, providing different explanation, or as I've called them in the paper, keys. So a first key is what I've called common legal sense. So we all know the relevance and importance for lawyers of legal style. These are rules also in terms of style that can be legal or social, but that the audience expect to be respected, to the point that a text might be perceived to be legal or not legally sound, also on the basis of whether expectation in terms of style are met or not. A second key is psychology. There are several studies that have highlighted the link between forms of the text and the reaction of the reader, to the point that it's argued that the forms can generate emotions and in turn feelings. And the third key is philosophy, and in particular rhetoric. So as we know, philosophy has focused a lot on aesthetics, also highlighting the link between the form as aesthetic dimension of a phenomenon and reality as a matter of substance. So rhetoric has had the merit to bring this intuition of philosophy down to the text and highlighting between the link between expectation, also in terms of styles and form, the audience, the text, and the persuasiveness of the text. So therefore, if we now think about the observation that I presented before related to the formal style of ICJ judgments and advisory opinion, we can read them considering these possible explanations. So for instance, now the fact that the ICJ has changed the font of its judgment or has used bold to capture attention can tell us something under a psychological perspective, because we can imagine the reader approaching the text with a better disposed attitude. A lot of changes, like for instance, introduction of visuals or of headings, can be seen as a way to send a message that the court is more transparent, even if we then can debate whether this constitutes concretely rather a label in practice. The first perception that the reader has is that the ICJ is guiding the reader through that judgment or advisory opinion. And similarly, for instance, a longer judgment can be perceived as providing more transparency as it is addressing in more details the topic. Transparency again being a type of substantive message that the ICJ might want to send with this style. So all these possible explanations put as central the reaction of the audience to the text, how the audience perceives the text. So it is the audience that has expectation in a common legal sense. It is the audience that reacts to the form of the text, and it is the audience that needs to be persuaded through the forms of the text. And ultimately, it's using its perception. It's using its perception that the audience assess how transparent, accountable, and legitimate the court appears through the forms of its judgments and advisory opinions. So to conclude, what I believe this analysis has shown is that aesthetical features are part of judgments and advisory opinions, not merely as a template to fill in, but as a structure that shapes the message and the context of judgments and advisory opinion, and how the texts are perceived and received by the audience. So, of course, additional research can be conducted on the topic, and can go in the same direction to try to detect whether certain aesthetical features might have changed due to the interaction with single elements, like, for instance, the historical context of the topic addressed, or the parties involved, or judges sitting on the bench, but also competition between the ICJ and other courts and tribunals, meaning that the ICJ would have decided to enact certain style changes to keep up with evolution introduced by other courts and tribunals. So I believe this concludes my presentation. I thank you very much for your attention. Looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Irene, for a wonderful presentation, I think, which fits quite well to our first presenter in that sense. Now we're moving to from basically the ICJ to a different type of format. I thought a bit, how can we make this transfer as smooth as possible? And I thought about the late judge, Professor Cansado Trindade, because now we talked about the ICJ as a whole, but of course also ICJ judges themselves had different styles of writing. And of course, one very famous style of writing is the late Brazilian judge Cansado Trindade and his way of looking at international law from transformative aspects, and also looking a lot about basically questions of trade. And this basically comes to our third speaker here. Our third speaker is Mateus Gobato Leithweiss. He is a PhD candidate from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, and he's also a popular cultural producer and activist for questions of pop culture and cultural education in southern Brazil. Thank you so much.
So thank you for the kind introduction. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to the conveners for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. And so, as you can see, that I slightly altered the title of my presentation because I found this. Let me just set my timer here so I don't. I keep track of time. Yeah. So yeah, because I found this wordplay really interesting. So Bob Marley and the Wailers. I like the sound of it, and it makes reference to Bob Marley's band called the Wailers. And Wailers stands for International Lawyers Who Approach International Law from a Third World Perspective. And my paper is a pedagogical intervention where I try to seek in Bob Marley's song lyrics for anti-colonial lessons of international law from a third world perspective. Basically, what I want to do is like to talk about what I have called the aesthetic turn in the critical international legal studies. Then I'll talk about the decolonization of international curricula and the limits of this decolonization project. And then I'll finally go out to analyze and interpret some of song lyrics with you so as to show how these songs represented global and local aspects of oppression and exploitation. And basically what I want to show is that as they depicted poverty, urban violence, and racism, and also as they called for human rights, people's self-determination, and anti-racism, Bob Marley's lyrics can be seen as representing political movements, legal processes, and institutions from a critical anti-colonial third worldist point of view, and therefore can be seen as providing valuable lessons not only for learning international law, for teaching international law, but also for unlearning its underlying assumptions like its paradigms of positivism, liberalism, and capitalism, and also for developing critical anti-colonial historical sensitivities, and therefore strengthening or reinfusing a spirit of revolution, third world, anti-imperialist solidarity in international lawyers' information. So by aesthetic turn, I mean an understanding that aesthetic expressions challenge the positivist paradigms, not only of law, but of science and modern reason in general, what we can call technocratic reason, technological reason, technical instrumental reason. So yeah, I won't lose that much time in here. And basically, I want to talk about like in positivism, we have reason as the only valid source of knowledge. And what the aesthetic turn does is like to displace reason as this only source of valid knowledge, thus allowing for example, sensibility, imagination to appear as also valid sources of knowledge, allowing for productive interactions across different faculties without any of them annihilating the unique position and insight of the other. So that allows spaces for future values, feelings, insight, also desires for change, transformation, revolution to be part of knowledge. Here we have Rancière's words: artist practices suspend the ordinary coordinates of sensory experience and reframe the networks between spaces and times, subjects and objects, the common and the singular. So yeah, specifically in terms of reframing networks of spaces and times, music provides this very interesting approach to like suspending our notions of time and space, and that can be very interesting. Also breaking down disciplinary barriers, because modern reason teach us to think in terms of disciplines. And so Shapiro has come, drawing from Rancière, has coined the term indisciplinary thought. So I guess it's a very interesting approach to it, not only interdisciplinary, nor transdisciplinary, but also indisciplinary approach. So feel the drum beat, as Molly said. Also some words on decolonizing the curriculum of international law. I ask, is it really possible to decolonize international law? And I say that no, because, well, actually this movement of decolonizing international law only appears as a reaction to the incompleteness of the decolonization project as a political project. And so we find that there are structural limits to decolonization, because teaching international law demands engagement with its structure. And just as the decolonization state has accepted the nation-state framework and the colonial borders, so when we teach international law from a critical perspective, we have to accept the validity of European international law. And so there are limits to really decolonize international law. And I say this because I don't want to romanticize the role of aesthetics in decolonizing international law, because there are structural, political, economic limits to it. Although the power of metaphor and songs is very huge, as I will show you. Yeah, so unlearning international law. And so what does it mean to, no, before I go in the third world classroom topic, I'll say that this proposal is like, I want to show through song lyrics how we can approach international law differently. And this is intended as a class for a dialogic interpretation of the lyrics, where we present the lyrics to students and their interpretations shall inform the knowledge together with the teacher in search for these counter narratives of the international legal order. And so basically what it means teaching international law critically, a task in debunking or demystifying positivism and the false necessity of positivism, demystifying the neutrality of rules and the notion of universality that sustains them. And how can we do that? By drawing attention to historic and systemic issues of international law, by reflecting on how international law affects the lived experiences of oppression and exploitation that is felt by students in their daily lives, and also by making reference to the geography of knowledge or geopolitics of knowledge, we could say, by specializing knowledge, making reference to the challenges of development faced specifically in the so-called third world, and as these may inform biases, preferences, perceptions, and realities in the process of knowledge production. And so as I was thinking about this, I thought that Marley provided the greatest example of how music can be used as a political resistance, as a historical consciousness, and well, he's considered the first third world superstar. His lyrics have universal appeal. He was in fact bestowed a UN Peace Medal in 1978, and mainly he explicitly used music as a weapon for liberation, unity, to promote peace, unity, revolution. As Richard Marley said, Marley was a dangerous man who used his guitar as M16. And the one good thing about music, when it hits, you feel no pain, he used to sing. And also he had a very important, he was a very important figure in Jamaica. We can think about in terms of soft power of Jamaica, and also very strong influence in terms of politics and culture. UNESCO has recognized Jamaican reggae music as an intangible cultural heritage. And so Marley is the first example. So now I move to the third part. Yes, actually I'm doing great in terms of time. So I was really concerned because I have 37 slides here. So I was a little bit concerned, but now, yeah. So now I'm moving to the third part of my presentation, where I actually interpret and analyze some of lyrics. I chose, I guess, 10 of Marley's lyrics. And the idea is just to pick up examples of how critical points of inquiry and research agendas may be can appear when we listen to the music. I thought about maybe I could put on some music or even sing some of the lyrics, but yeah, I thought that would be too much perhaps. Let's see how it goes. So the first song that I wanted to analyze is Concrete Jungle, 1973, from the album Catch a Fire, the first international album of reggae music that was recorded in London. And so as Marley sings about the harshness of living in a third world city, in a concrete jungle, he's referring to Kingston, Jamaica, because he was a rude boy from Jamaica, as he called himself at the time. But he was not only speaking about Kingston, Jamaica, he was speaking on behalf of all others who inhabit concrete jungles around the world. And this is a picture of São Paulo, Brazil, and we get the experience of living in a concrete jungle. And here I also refer to the UN Sustainable Goal 11, because that talks about the challenges of developing urban planning and how to live well in the city, and also a new urban agenda by UN Habitat. And I also recall here UN Foreign Officer Joseph Borrell. He also recently referred to the third world as the jungle of the world, as compared to Europe as the garden of the world. So this is very still in a new colonial mindset of European leaders. No chains around my feet, but I'm not free. So this verse opens the second stanza of the song, and it's a perfect image of how the shift from slavery to freedom is it's not real. We can see, although we don't have chains, we still can find no happiness, no freedom. And this is important because Marley is talking here not of slavery as a memory, but he's talking about slavery in the present sense. So these are topics that are very dear to Twain. For example, the persistence of the past in the post-colonial present. So slavery still goes on in different forms, not in the chains of labor that are visual, but in terms of poverty, illiteracy, as he talks in one of his songs, or like money can be seen as a new chain that although we cannot see. There's also an anti-formalist approach to it, because although this new abstract legal political norms and principles keep saying that we are free, in fact, we are only free to choose our form of exploitation, so as not to starve. That brings also important aspects about the ideology of law and how law plays a role in like legitimizing and the oppression and exploitation, especially in the third world. Slave driver. So, slave driver, the table has turned. Catch a fire so you can get burned now. And here he makes reference to poverty, illiteracy, and money as a machine that is behind this new type of oppression and exploitation. And also in my mind, that evoked the song is a call for a powerful message of rebellion against the slave driver, and that evoked in my head like the image of the Haitian Revolution, which is an island beside Jamaica. And so, yeah, this is it. I won't lose that much time in this song. The belly full, but we hungry. A hungry mob is an angry mob. Another song he talks about as the cost of living gets so high. So these are very actual subjects. And this is very interesting. I found the use of the we them structure. So them belly full, but we hungry. So Marley is siding with the oppression. And what I found more interesting is that he is appropriating the we them structure that, as Anthony Angus said, international law is based on this cultural difference between we, the civilized, and they, the uncivilized, or we, the developed, they, the undeveloped. And what Marley is doing is saying, yeah, actually, we are the others of international law. We are the not sovereign. So he's like rebelliously, is that a word? Appropriating this with them structure and siding with the oppressors. And then I also made tags, just like Annelise Riles yesterday, tagged the SDGs. So I used the same method here because these are very actual topics that should be, We also have reference to who are the they, like we can say B.S. Chimney, transnational capitalist class, for example. War is, the international dimension of this song, like it goes without saying, right? I could dive into the interpretation of the lyrics, but I will not do so. But I would just mention that this is a song made from a quote by a speech of a state leader like Haile Selassie or Rastafari. He was the emperor of Ethiopia, and so he made a speech in 1963 before the UN nations, talking about African liberation, international solidarity, Pan-Africanism, true equality against racism. So the international dimension is really explicit. Here we also have I want just to illustrate Exodus, a very energetic song that provides interesting ideas for lessons for migration, international law of migration. I refer to Tendai Achumi work, Migration as Decolonization. Survival, 1979 album by Marley, also with a very strong international dimension. So much trouble in the world, and Africa unite. So you can have your own ideas about what that means. I won't lose time in it. Zimbabwe, every man got a right to decide his own destiny. So this first line is actually a Bill of Rights. Another line, internal power struggle. So divide and rule, this imperialist strategy of Babylon system, the religious metaphor for imperialism. Babylon, redemption song. I would just say the redemption song. In 4 minutes, Marley tells a story that spans 400 years and about African diaspora. Who are these pirates that robbed them, the transatlantic chattel slavery? Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. A call for revolution against the epistemic violence that continuously goes on in new capitalism. Won't you help to sing? So just to conclude, as I reach 15 minutes, So I talked about the aesthetic turn in critical international legal studies, the transformative role of music, and the pedagogical potential to create revolutionary and third worldist, anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist subjectivities. And Marley is just a case study. So I argue that there are plenty other artists and songwriters like Nina Simone, Miriam Makeba, Fela Kuti, we were talking about yesterday, that could be used. And mainly what I have found is that Marley, the representation of international law in Marley's lyrics go along 4 lines. First, the centrality of slavery and the continuity of colonial patterns of exploitation. Secondly, third world subjectivity, or the constitution of the third world as an international political identity. We can discuss whether is it actual or not, but I argue that, yes, it is a useful concept for resistance. And also the representation of liberation struggles, nation building and regional integration challenges in post-colonial Africa, and also the Caribbean, we could add. Finally, calls for epistemological emancipation, the decolonization of the mind, and the use of music to chant down Babylon or burn down Babylon and capitalism. So thank you very much for your attention, and this is it.
Thank you so much. Thank you also so much for singing. I really appreciate it. It gives me a better, more activist spirit. Maybe just as a note, I think the Trail Review has now, 4 mixtapes on songs for emancipation, and they're on rap, on Bob Marley, on all kinds of, I think there's something for everyone. So if you're traveling home, maybe look at the Trail Review mixtapes. And then we come to our last but not least speaker, following along in the spirit of music. Our next speaker is Mariangela Lamanna. She's a tenured, habilitated lecturer at Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore in Milan, and she's basically following along with the perspective of music. And then we'll open the floor for questions.
Right. Okay, lovely. Can everybody hear me? Brilliant. I'm afraid I have no particular artistic talent. Unlike Mateus, I ain't no singer. I'm told by my friends I actually am a kind of a drama queen. I don't know if that accounts for anything. But still, what I have to offer today is a piece of reflection on a song. Actually, I'm going to talk about a pop song from the 30s that was a very effective tool of fascist propaganda, as you may have guessed from the title of my presentation. Let me just, before I mess up, let me just get my 15 minutes started. So, the subject matter of my presentation today will be, in sociological terms, a bit the Italian perception of the sanctions adopted by the League of Nations pursuant to the invasion of Ethiopia back in 1935 by fascist Italy, of course. And this will be done by a very specific lens, namely the title of song, Sanzionami Questo, that we are going to analyze in a very spot-on manner. We're going to offer a textual analysis of the lyrics. But before we get to the text, let me offer a bit of context so that we can best appreciate the actual scope and the novelty element in the song we're going to work with. The context is quite straight, as a matter of fact. 1935, following to skirmishes between Ethiopian and Italian troops on the border between Ethiopia and Somaliland, Italy launches, after having threatened for so long, a fully fledged military campaign made up of bombing, gassing in Ethiopia that will end up with the seizure of Addis Ababa in May 36. After a lengthy time spell the League of Nations finally decides to adopt sanctions in November 35 against Italy. Very mild sanctions, very bland sanctions that do not touch upon really relevant goods such as coal or oil, but nonetheless are meant to isolate Italy pursuant to Article 16 in the Covenant of the League of Nations, so as to put pressure on it and have the national government think better about their course of action. Of course, to no avail. We know that at the end of the day, sanctions would eventually be lifted in July 36 due to geopolitical fear of Italy becoming closer, literally plunging itself into the arms of Hitler's Germany, which nonetheless would eventually happen all the same, as we all know. But such was the fear on the part of France and England, especially, Great Britain especially, that at the end of the day, not only would sanctions be lifted, but also the annexation of Ethiopia acknowledged, recognized. So much for the context. Let us move now, I should say, to the text. And I hope, okay, what did I say? Drama queen. I'm afraid I'm going to need a bit of help with that. So if anybody could help me launch the YouTube video. I'm sure you'll agree the aesthetic content is so relevant. Let's get back, I guess. Okay, lovely. Yeah, thank you. I'm afraid we will need it's the second slide on top of that. You need to open it so that I can then, okay. Yeah, brilliant, it's not working. Okay. If we could get back to the, yeah, sure.
Tutto quel che fai lo fai per gelosia, ex amica mia, perché vorresti vivere anche tu quest'ora d'eroismi e di virtù, ma non lo puoi ed io lo so, perciò mia cara canterò. Sanzionami questo, amica tenace, lo so che ti piace, ma non te ne do. Sanzionami questo, amica tenace, lo so che ti piace, ma non te ne do. Guarda la regina che dona la sua fede, quella che il re gli diede. L'altare della patria coglierà l'offerta che ogni sposa porterà, e dalla reggia al casolar un fiume d'oro va all'altar. Sanzionami questo, o amica rapace, lo so che ti piace, ma non te ne do. Sanzionami questo, o amica rapace, lo so che ti piace, ma non te ne do. Musica divina e senso di poesia in questa patria mia, artisti che hanno dato al mondo inter la luce della vita e del pensier. Da Roma in poi è sempre qua lo specchio della civiltà. Sanzionami questo, se tu sei capace, amica seguace del tempo che fu. Sanzionami questo, se tu sei capace, amica seguace del tempo che fu. Quello che tu dici è tutta ipocrisia, ex amica mia. Lo scopo tuo sappiamo noi qual è, piegare chi non piega innanzi a te, ma non sarà, non piegherà l'Italia che vittoria avrà.
All together.
Sanzionagli questo, se tu sei capace, lo so che ti spiace, ma che me ne fo. sanzionagli questo, se tu sei capace, lo so che ti spiace, ma che me ne fo, 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 ma che me ne fo.
Right, so there was a little bit of everything in there. Literally, this teeny tiny song gives us a snapshot of the attitude of the Italian government back in the day towards international law altogether. You have everything in there, quite literally. I'm afraid the message would have been conveyed in a more effective manner had I been in the condition to resort to the bold choreography that was normally resorted to by Rodolfo De Angelis, the singer-songwriter that authored this song, whereby both hands would be conveyed towards the genital area at the moment of the chorus to reinforce the message. You know, this is an attack towards the League of Nations and towards Britain, of course. Former friend, jealous friend, envy, a pusillanimous attitude. There are two poles in this song, a positive one and a negative one. Of course, the negative one, made up of envy and gratitude, a petty conduct, all the faults embodied by Great Britain and the League of Nations altogether in the perspective of the author and fascist propaganda more broadly, and the positive one, autarky, self-respect, frugality, coherence, the penchant for poetry and for beauty that Italians go on and on and on in the rhetoric public discourse. So those are the two poles, the two ends of the spectrum that one will want to resort to in order to understand the actual scope of this song, which is actually, as Federica Violi herself, whom I greet if she's watching us, has written about comics during the fascist period, and I quote, they operate at the level of juridical counter-resistance, images incorporating international law arguments advanced to reject dissent. And this is precisely what we have here. The technical arguments resorted to by international legal scholarship during Italian international legal scholarship during fascists in order to offer a justification for the invasion of Ethiopia, which was a fair and square violation of Article 10 under the Covenant, of course, impinging upon political independence and territorial integrity, would be self-defense, allegedly self-defense due to border skirmishes between Italian troops on the one hand and Ethiopian troops on the other. Then the second and even more embarrassing argument would be the lack of statehood on the part of Ethiopia, an argument that has been thoroughly addressed by Rose Parfitt in a wonderful book she published a little while ago, due to their the alleged inferior nature of the Ethiopian tribes. They lacked statehood because they lacked the state form of Western states, and nonetheless they had been granted access to the League of Nations, something that Italian publicists would deem a scourge upon the international community altogether. So this would be the message underlying this emphatic and funny song. And the third, which is embodied in a more self-evident manner, of course, would be not only the unlawful, allegedly unlawful nature of sanctions, but its immoral nature and the underlying hidden agenda of prostrating Italy due to the policy goal of preventing Italy from ever getting the so-called posto al sole, a place in the sun, namely colonial possessions, colonial lands. Apparently, in the fascist discourse, sanctions were a preordained plot to prevent Italy from becoming a colonial power and sitting on an equal footing with Great Britain and France and the like. So you see, this is what is embodied. And I only gave you, of course, due to time constraints, a very brief glimpse of the attitude embodied by the arts in that period that worked as a sounding board, or even, should I say, a mouthpiece for fascist propaganda. But there is a whole songbook of fascist songs addressing the colonial enterprise in the Horn of Africa, and more precisely, the sanctions adopted by the League of Nations vis-à-vis Italy. I deemed Sanzionami Questo to be the most eloquent and effective propaganda tool within this domain. Beyond its, cheeky aesthetic and the salacious double meaning, the catchy tune, there is much more to it than meets the eye, or should I rather say the ear, perhaps. The paternalistic accent you were able to grasp, I'm sure, the sexist underpinnings, the inherent victim complex that gets purported on and on and on, the simplistic reading of highly complex political matter, and the mockery of international law altogether, of multilateralism, of commonly agreed upon conventional rules. It's all there, literally, in plain sight for us to understand. But my point here, and I'm getting to my conclusion, is that the perspective and the attitude of Italian population was not as clear cut as it typically gets to be depicted, as historians have shown, especially as of late. The real attitude of Italians vis-a-vis the colonial enterprise and sanctions altogether was much more differentiated than one may want to admit at first sight. One has to account for the lack of freedom of speech over those years that, of course, prevented individuals, intellectuals, civil servants to speak their minds in the public arena. So this is, of course, one factor that needs to be acknowledged for. And of course, there is another factor that explains the shift in the attitude of the Italian population, that is the conquest of Addis Ababa in May 36. This literally is a turning point in the mentality, in the perspective of the public discourse, whereby even reluctant individuals would get to change their minds and acknowledge as a fait accompli the conquest of new lands, where the destitute, the proletarian section of the population would be to relocate. So this is a conceptual grid, both in sociological and historical terms, that may explain the success of the fascist message in international relations. Yet another way to explain it would be the very, very effective fascist propaganda that the arts only helped reach their goal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mariangela. I think that really shows us like the music as a form of emancipation, but of course also how music is implicit in certain types of oppression. We mentioned a lot of songs are like that from the German fascism period, of course, no? But of course that kind of wraps up this very exciting panel. I think for me, what I found as an undercutting theme through all your presentations was the question of who basically decides on using visuals or using certain types of musical output in dealing with international law, and what's the role of agency and also in certain extent class that we find in all those, and of course language of origins. No, we're all not native English speakers here, but we mainly, like with the exception of Mariangela, use international law as an English speaking discipline. And of course there are different ways to engage with that, and of course different types of class backgrounds that would also basically implicit which type of media format or visuals we consider as form of creative writings or basically pop culture, and what's basically the line between high culture and pop culture, for example, in judgments. So we have, I think, around 20 minutes for question and answers. Yeah, the first person here, Valentin, I'm happy to. Valentin, then Tommaso. Watch it. Great. If it's okay, we would let's do as many questions, and you can just pick and choose how you want to react.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to all of you for this panel where we shifted, I think, focus to the aesthetics of international law itself, within international law itself. So very interesting. And I see a lot of parallels also to the later panels that are coming today. I have a question for Lorenzo and Irene that relates to the explanations for the patterns that you have spotted. And you gave us some ideas about normative reasons behind why courts word things in a certain way and why things change. But I wondered whether you also considered instrumental reasons concerning technology itself that changed a lot since the 50s. Questions like scarcity of paper, scarcity of ink, scarcity of time, maybe, that you had historically to construct text much more linearly than you have to today, where you can go back and edit things. So those kinds of mundane, profane questions, I wondered if you spotted anything in that regard too.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for 4 fantastic presentations. The power of aesthetics, as I was listening to Mateus saying, I shed a tear of joy remembering listening to Bomali, and during Mariangela's presentation, I shed a tear of sadness, but literally. So maybe it's just the early Saturday morning and we're all a little tired, but these are powerful emotional responses, at least at the very personal level. I have a question, I think that it's interesting. The pairings in these panels are very interesting because Lorenzo and Irene spoke to the institutional side of writing, whereas, of course, in Mateus and Mariangela, we have individual authors with a strong authorial intent. So my question is maybe more for Lorenzo and Irene. So when you talk about a court and you talk about the style of the court, who's the author at the court level? So writing by courts is a collective process that sees the operation of seen, unseen actors. So where do you locate the pen of the court?
Yeah, also my question, colleague here. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. I suppose my question is for everybody, really, and it's about genre. And that's a word we've not really used yet, although we're all talking about aesthetics. Partly it's Mariangela. I loved your presentation on one song, and you said so much about it. It was great. And I wondered if you could reflect a bit more on the traditions that particular song was based on and that was thinking about. And I'm wondering a bit, I mean, I'm completely ignorant of it, but whether it's kind of tapping into Italian folk song or if that's something that's in there. And then similarly with Mateus, I wondered if you could say more about reggae specifically, rather than abstracting Marley's lyrics, actually thinking about the form and sort of reggae as a tradition that Marley was working within and working with. And then Irene and Lorenzo, again, just thinking about sort of genre and the conventions of the law report form. So again, sort of situating the idea of the law report, not just in the international, but also the national traditions and the conventions that we find for law reporting. I think that would be so interesting to think about the differences in different nation states, perhaps, and kind of thinking particularly with Irene about how they relate to what's happening in the ICJ. So I guess law report writing as form. So for Lorenzo, I'm wondering what plots have to do with the law report. Is plotting something, plotting in the Peter Brooks sense, is that something that has to do with law reports? Is character are we right to use that terminology from fictional creative writing when we're trying to analyze a law report? So just kind of thinking about the modes of analysis we might use for the particular form of writing and thinking about that aesthetic kind of sense.
Thank you. What a panel, really dazzling for me at least. But I have a small question to Irena. I thought perhaps one of the explanations for the different style that the court senses that we are not talking anymore about small group of aristocratic people, very few people who would read these judgments or advisory opinions. And because of that, so we should have longer summaries, and we have separate summaries on their websites, much longer, and we have to number paragraph. Actually, perhaps that they sense that we need more broader legitimacy, and not only within a small group, and because of that, we have to make it more accessible to more people. Is it something on legitimacy and broader access, or something else? Thank you.
Thanks so much. This was such a great panel, and definitely justified coming here on a Saturday morning. So I have two questions. One question for Matteo, and I was wondering, I know you were saying Bob Marley is a case study and so on, but I was wondering about contemporary resistance songs and whether you've thought about those, and whether the relative, as in that we're always going back to that certain time when we're thinking, I was thinking Maria Makebe as well, whether, and that moment of Pan-Africanism, and I was wondering whether the relative absence of that kind of music making today has anything to do with intellectual property laws, whether you've thought about that connection. I don't know. I really don't know, but it's something I would be very curious about. And then Lorenzo, I was thinking about actually in the UK, when you sort of read judgments and so on, one of the main protagonists there is Lord Denning, and I don't know whether you've come across this, but he's very famous. In a murder trial, he begins with the words, "It was Bluebell time in Kent." You wouldn't think that is the beginning of a judgment in a murder trial. But I was coming back to international law. I was wondering what you were thinking about the anthropomorphizing of states that happens in ICJ judgments, what that does to our idea of the main actors in international law. So particular states take on a particular persona, really. And I was just wondering whether you've thought about that and the implications of that.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I don't see any other hands, or did I miss one? No? Then I would say we just give a round of answers. You can pick and choose.
Thank you so much. With a lot of things, so I will try to give justice all the good questions. Many things I would say. What I'm trying to do is a very limited perspective. So I don't really look for the reason or explanations of patterns. In the sense of course, there are many reasons. One would be technology, but it will be one definitely affect the structure of and the capacities, the writing style, the time. There are so many reasons with that. What I'd like to do maybe is the opposite, just focusing, maybe it's a bit more formalist in a way, just focusing on the text, from the text, maybe try to find out different elements and the construction of it. And this is also why I was struggling in thinking the idea of this, what is a good judgment in one way? And definitely from a literary perspective is something completely different maybe from another perspective. Which also is linked with the 2 points concerning the relationship with the domestic courts, which of course domestic court, it is, picking and choosing the International Court of Justice doesn't make sense per se. The ICJ has a lot of freedom of writing, so it's an interesting subject, but of course there is a beautiful examples of the completely different writing style of French courts, very more synthetic, or from the opposite, UK style with more possibilities of developing and these novelist styles, absolutely. The point is looking at what would means to write a judgment from this literary perspective. I don't have many answers with that. It's way more simple, probably, what I'm trying to do. But concerning the relevance of states, yes, absolutely. There is is linked with what Ren was saying about the audience. And on one way, also the construction of the audience, how the court is building its audience. It's not an objective element that exists there, and is referring to states, creating states as persona anthropomorphizes. It's definitely is an attempt of building the audience, of construction, who is the ideal reader, sometimes is referred to. And this is a way of speaking to the clients of the court, to the audience, and so on. There are many other things, but I think for now, the letter can also speak.
Okay, so thank you so much for such interesting questions. So I'll pick from Lorenzo just left about the audience. So thank you, Professor Ish. It was like a very interesting point. I think you spelled out some thoughts that I didn't flesh out during the presentation, but are addressed in more detail in the paper. So I do believe that the role of the audience is essential in how the ICJ decided to shape the formal style. And in this perspective, we might argue that there is a change of audience in the ICJ. So from the, as you were saying, the aristocrats, very limited like audience, to a broader audience that expects some changes, and that might not be so familiar with international law or the language of international law, and needs to be guided through the judgments. So I think this is an excellent point, and it's something that it's related precisely to this concept of the audience and how it evolves over time as well. And I think that something that I didn't mention during the presentation, it's also that all these changes have a practical side, which is also quite important. So we have different keys that through which we can decrypt the changes that have been enacted, but also a practical side should be considered. Like, for instance, the fact that the ICJ numbered the paragraphs make easier for the ICJ itself to reference to previous judgment, and for the reader then to get back to previous judgments. So I think that's an important aspect. So then on national traditions, it's also quite a good point. And indeed, one thing that could be explored, I haven't done that in so much detail, but probably for further research, it's important, is to try to understand whether, for instance, if there was among the parties a state of common law tradition, whether the ICJ used more a common law style, or if the parties were all of civil law tradition, whether the ICJ decided to use a civil law style for that case. I think there are some authors that have made the arguments about the length of the judgments being correlated to whether the ICJ wanted to adopt a civil or common law approach. Then on whether some of the changes are related to technology, yes, of course. This is something that one should take into account. For instance, for sure, a part of the changes related to font are related also to technological improvement. So it's something that should be acknowledged, of course, while doing this type of research. And I think the last question was related to the author of who actually writes judgments in the court. Of course, we all know that the drafting process of judgment is quite complicated, but my focus, while acknowledging that there are the so-called unseen actors, my focus stays at the institutional level, because it's like very much a matter of perception of how the judgments are received, and that's the first impact that the audience has of the ICJ.
I thank you. Excellent question. I'm very glad to have the opportunity of delving upon this aspect. genre, you say, yes, what I gave you was what we would call a marchetta, a triumphal march with no particular emphatic accent. It's nothing particularly solemn, and that would be the typical style of popular song, fascist popular songs in the fascist songbook altogether. But it's interesting to notice, in my opinion, that the very same messages would be conveyed even via high culture. So opera, for example, or symphonic music. In 1935, for example, an opera known as Giulio Cesare would be released and played publicly. And of course, the allusion to the fascist government as the heir of the Roman Empire was self-evident, literally in plain sight for everybody to see. And there we find triumphal accents and rhetoric and a very, very subtle way of conveying the literary topos of the alleged inferior nature of the subdued populations. For example, the parts where the Romans are in the spotlight on the scene are very elaborate and refined and sophisticated, while the local music of the allegedly inferior local population is very simple and basic and not overwhelming upon the public. But the message is exactly the same, and it gets conveyed with the same strategy at the pop culture level and at the high culture level. Thank you.
So thank you for your questions. So the first question regarding reggae as a genre, I would approach that, well, from a historical perspective, I guess it's important to think of reggae as a result of African diaspora and the very unusual and unique multicultural encounter that resulted from this colonial enterprise. Well, this is an experience that can be felt throughout America or the New World. Like if we think about jazz in the United States, if you think about reggae in Central America, and if you think about samba in South America, they are all the result of this stew. Is that a word? You know what I mean? Like this, a very in Portuguese, there would be like this mixture. Yeah, this mixture between multicultural mixture. I guess Edouard Glissant, he's a theorist, literary theorist from the Caribbean. He talks about the poetics of relation, how this specific relation between the different creates something very unique. And in terms of Jamaican reggae, this can be seen as a historical development from older rhythms like calypso and Rastafarian drumming. And then approaching the 60s, we have ska and then rocksteady, and we can see how this specific reggae beat developed its very unique form. And Marley, actually, there's a song about Marley that makes reference to this meta reference to the rhythm itself. So the basic difference is that traditional Western music, there's the drum beat in the first, the 4-beat song. We have the kick drum in the first, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. In the reggae, there's this very specific thing called the one drop, which is we displace the first kick drum to the third beat of the bar. So we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, cha, 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 cha. And then Marley makes this there's this song by him called One Drop, where he makes reference to this very specific beat. So feel it in the one drop, and we still find time to rap. We're making the one stop. So he's making reference to this. Feel the song beat and then find time to rap. And rap meaning like orally speaking yourself and speaking your mind, and then expressing yourself. And then so yeah, that's how I would approach. I would also reference Jamaican's application to UNESCO for the reggae to be considered a intangible cultural heritage. So that has a lot of arguments in favor of it, and still the cultural economy in Jamaica is very prominent as a result of this very and throughout America, I would say it's very prominent and important because of this specific relation. Yes, I guess this is it. But and now turning to Christine's question, I'm not versed at all in IP law. I would guess that yes, that has had some influence. But the main thing I want to say is that I chose Marley because he's a protest songwriter, and that becomes very explicit, especially to non-musician audiences, because the lyrics are very politically implicated, and that makes it very clear the political aspect of it. But my argument is that even instrumental songs, for example, can be seen as providing an aesthetic avenue for reflecting critically about the world and thinking critically about it. But now turning to the why, and now turning to artists, contemporary artists, I guess, yeah, if we look for it, there will be many artists that still convey messages of resistance and anti-imperialism. And here I mentioned Sean Kuti, Fela Kuti's son. He has a song called The IMF, so International Motherfuckers. So yeah, so and in Brazil also we have rap music is very, very important in terms of denouncing racism and the violence, state terrorism, but I would add that what also is very different about the time that Marley wrote his song, the 1960s and 70s, comparing to now, is that was, in my opinion, a time of hope. Like there was hope that a better world was possible, the new international economic order, like the Charter of Economic Duties. Like there was hope that either the socialists still believed in their projects, like revolution was still on the horizon, or even the capitalists believed that development was an avenue, and like we could share the cake, like let's grow and then share. So that was a time of, I guess, utopia was still alive. And what happened in the tragedy that happened in the end, with the so-called end of history, and then that meant that this idea of hope was erased from our thinking. This idea that also, I think, explains why it's easier to refer to this period of time as to messages of hope, of resistance, and now it's more difficult now. As Mark Fisher said, it's easier to think about the end of the world than the end of capitalism. And so the Margaret Thatcher's slogan, "There is no alternative," became like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like indeed, we are out of alternatives.
Okay, with this pessimistic note. But maybe on a personal anecdote, I really appreciate that paper. I love to use song titles in my academic works, and I have a lovely supervisor who only knows classical music. So I usually get a lot of question marks. What does this mean? The times are changing, and then I have to send him YouTube links about the Clash. So I call this my musical education of my supervisor. So thank you so much for having this musical education or stylistic education here with us in this first panel. Thank you so much for the question. Thank you so much for our brilliant presenters. Please give a round of applause, and then we have the coffee break.
Good morning, everyone. You can hear me, right? My name is Carolina, and I'm a PhD student here at Central European University. And I would like to thank Tommaso once again for inviting us to participate and engage in this conference. So today we will discuss panel E, Spaces of Practice, Physical Settings, and the Artifacts of International Law. The papers are extremely interesting, and if they were really well fit into each other, as you will see. They talk, and it's very interesting. I hope you enjoy the we will enjoy a good discussion in the end. So the first panelist is Csongor Kuti, and he is presenting today his paper named Staging Justice. He is a tenure associate professor affiliated with the University of Art of Târgu Mureș in Romania, and he also earned his LLM and his HJD here in CEU when it was in Budapest. So also welcome home, back, and with the floor. And just very briefly, 15 minutes. Let's not forget the time, and I will try to indicate to you that the time is getting to an end. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. I am going to speak to you about the theatrality of international judicial proceedings. And in this context, I'm going to address the issue of the stage, the location, courthouse, courtroom design. If I will have enough time, I will mention about the representation and about the play. So without any much further ado, let's jump into the presentation. Aeschylus, in the Eumenides, the final part of the Oresteia trilogy, has created the first courtroom scene in the history of theater. Pallas Athene, doing justice for the Clytemnestra's murder by Orestes, symbolizes the birth of the first democracy. The acquittal of Orestes and the transformation of the vengeful monsters into benevolent goddesses represents the victory of the new democratic legal order over the anarchy of the past. Vendetta is replaced by the court violence by legality so as to warrant the cause and the moral truth of the people. Whether approached from a social theory or a cultural philosophy perspective, it is arguable that justice carries beyond practical consequences also symbolical meanings. My presentation, as I said before, focuses on the contextual spaces in which international courts are staging their activities, scenes, representation, and play. So the first one is the scene. Like theater, justice also needs a scene in which it can unfold. In both cases, the scene is constructed simultaneously of a physical place, the stage, and of conventions such as looks and rituals. Orestes' trial in the Eumenides takes place at the Aeropagus, the Ares Hill, which is in Aeschylus' lifetime was also in the real life to the actual venue where Athenians gathered for justice making. Most contemporary courts, of course, are regularly seated in monumental buildings. These are usually built in neo-art styles, and are designed to inspire authority, to overwhelm the individual, and to make him or her feel small and irrelevant, extractable from society. The Supreme Court of the United States, with its great bronze doors decorated with scenes illustrating the evolution of justice from Achilles' shield to the Magna Carta to Marbury versus Madison, is a great example in this sense. Before moving into courthouses, however, courts used to work for centuries in town halls, mostly through the Middle Ages. As one of the several public offices run by faithful servants of the state. Renaissance political iconography, decorating European town halls, provides numerous examples of symbolic messages outlining the autocratic ruler's power over its judges. And as the autocratic grip on the courts began to loosen and judges started to enjoy and expanding independence, gradually emancipated from the previous servant status, courthouse design changed accordingly, reflecting this shift. The necessity of spatially distinguishable locations for the courts of law has been inspired also by Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws, which suggests that separation of powers should be rendered visible within the city itself by self-proclaiming building types such as courts. Starting from the mid-20th century, of course, newly erected court buildings prioritized functionality, standardization, cost-effectiveness. Thus, they become less distinguishable from office buildings, while at the turn of the millennia, trends turned towards service orientation. Thus, the new buildings became more welcoming and more agreeable. The stageness of the courts is attributed to the specific conceptualization of space. But like theater, courtrooms also fit Foucault's concept of heterotopia, creating and recreating on a single real stage countless places and narratives of what have happened or are assumed to have happened outside of their limits. However, the physical building of the court ensures also the occlusion of the outside from within, marking the territory for the looks and the rituals. Of course, while law itself cannot be occluded, one of the challenges for contemporary architecture could be to find such models that may represent law's omnipresence. The Peace Palace in The Hague which hosted the first major international dispute resolution institutions, was handed over in 1913, and the building was specially built for this purpose. The building's architecture carries many characteristics, features of the respective epoch's regular courthouses, while its new wing, which hosts, among others, the judges' deliberation room, is a more modern business-like construction. The other early but ad hoc international judicial body was the International Military Tribunal at the Nuremberg. For understandable reasons, it did not have its own courthouse. Rather, it was housed by the Nuremberg Palace of Justice, the courtroom of which was remodeled and improved to fit the needs of an international tribunal. The location has no symbolical meaning. It was just picked by the Allied powers as it was the only undamaged and large enough facility to host an international trial. Handed over in 2015, the new seat of the International Criminal Court in The Hague presents a markedly different approach to courthouse design. The complex is made up of 6 buildings and was designed on one hand to comply with contemporary architectural trends, human scale, small footprint, landscape integrated into composition, lightness, simplicity, and so on, while on the other hand, was designed to represent core values ascribed to the institution it houses. Thus, the resulting complex presents close resemblance to office buildings, while featuring characteristics that were intended to carry symbolic messages. The designing of an international courthouse is made difficult by the very nature of the court it will seat. The building must be grandiose and impressive without embodying traces of cultural domination, and should convey values related to law and justice that might be regarded as common to all of the states which founded the court. According to the architectural firm which designed the complex, the core values identified at the outset were trust, hope, faith in justice, and fairness. While the International Criminal Court's own press release related to the design and build of the courthouse mentioned, among others, the rule of law, transparency, and innovation. The symbolic meanings are considered to be carried by features like the glass facade, conveying transparency, the surrounding gardens, which are conveying international unity, the similar tiles used to cover the interior floors and the outside premises, which ensure the symbolic connection of the within with the outside, and the lightness and the simplicity of the structure, which conveys openness, and so on and so forth. These are not my adjectives. These are taken from the press releases of the architectural firms and the institution itself. The interiors of the building, or all of the buildings, have been designed in a functional and neutral style, partly due to the fact that it had to fit the diversity of the large number of member states, and partly because architects needed to consider also the needs of contemporary media. As all trials are broadcast live, for optimal picture composition, camera teams require neutral backgrounds. The suspended aluminum panel ceiling, which is applied unitarily through the entire complex, creates also a sense of sameness by visually connecting the interior spaces. Europe's 2 flagship courts, European Court of Justice and European Court of Human Rights, both reside in modern buildings, albeit they represent different approaches to courthouse design. The Court of Justice of the European Union, which is seated in Luxembourg, is continuously expanding since its 1952 foundation. Featuring the characteristics of modern office buildings, the complex stands out mostly by the choice of color. The skyscrapers are covered by golden slates, the ingenuity with which the old building was extended, or the interior design of the courtrooms. The architects of the European Court of Human Rights, courthouse which is sitting in Strasbourg, have taken a different approach. Designed and built in the last decade of the 20th century, the Human Rights building became an emblematic construction and is already part of the French cultural heritage. The building is considered to represent the scales of justice through the 2 circular towers which host the hearing rooms, and curving along the riverbank, the building is organically blending into its surroundings. The symbolism of the 2 European courts is also different. While the Luxembourg court's skyscrapers' golden color was envisaged as representing the color of law and the warmness of sunlight, the Strasbourg court's aluminum-coated metal symbolizes independence and neutrality, concrete suggesting importance and reasonableness, while glass is representing transparency and accessibility. Regular courtrooms, we're going inside the court right now, just like theaters, are divided into 2 main places: professional zone, reserved for the actors, and the audience zone, where spectators are seated. Unlike theaters, however, courtrooms are not amphitheater-shaped, nor are the actors put on a stage. Only the judge's bench is towering above everybody else. actors and spectators, emphasizing their leading role in the judicial process. The disposition and fitment of courtrooms does not follow a unitary scheme, of course. The sharpness of the separation of the main zone is variable. The location of the actors according to their role in the social perception of justice, the degree of trust in the judicial process, or the perceived role of law and the unity of the democratic community are also determining courtroom design. The zoning is not restricted to courtrooms, but usually extends to the whole courthouse, sometimes even to its proximity, separate entries, corridors, even elevators for the public, the judges, or the criminal defendants. As already hinted at above, the courtroom of the International Court of Justice situated in the Peace Palace in The Hague is more of a classical design. The professional zone, like in the case of most international courts, is larger than the one reserved for the audience, as it has to accommodate a larger number of judges and more generously staffed teams representing the parties. In the same time, although the case is before international courts usually involve significant political and economical interests, they mostly do not generate a degree of public attendance as cases before national courts do. The bench is placed on the 3 steps high podium and consists of a broad, almost straight table for up to 17 judges. Parties are seated side by side facing the bench. Seats differ according to the role of the actors. Judges are sitting on managerial office armchairs. The rest of the court staff and the parties' agents are offered regular office armchairs placed behind desks, while the delegations and the public sit on regular office chairs. And the seat types are also distinguished by the color of their trim, of course. Behind delegations, there is some space for members of the diplomatic corps and invitees, and a limited number of seats is available also for the general public. Quite unique courtroom design was featured by the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg, which had to try unprecedented cases followed by unprecedented global attention. The existing courtroom was significantly altered and extended, and on the courtrooms discussed by this analysis, it orderly became closest to the theater scene. The professional zone, as seen from the perspective of the audience, had in its center facing the audience the witness stand, placed before a large screen on which charts, photographs, graphs, objects, and films could have been projected, as if, symbolically, history was the central element of the trial. The elevated bench was placed to the right of the scene, facing the defendant's dock on the left, while the 4 tables of the prosecution teams were placed in front of the audience. Okay. The zone was relatively large, structured on 2 levels, hosting around 250 members of the international press on the ground floor, while a smaller number of seats was available for visitors, who were usually high-ranking military on the gallery. Both arranged in cinema-style rows, so as to offer better visibility. The same courtroom design we can encounter at the International Criminal Court in The Hague, but with significant differences. Here we have a soundproof glass wall separating the audience from the professional zone, and so the audience can listen to the procedure through headphones. And in the center, we have the bench, and the witness stand is placed outside of the public view behind the gallery. So witnesses can be followed only through screens, and when witness protection is concerned, then the screens are scrambled, so audience cannot see the witnesses. Because I'm quite running out of time, I will skip a few slides, and I'm going to jump right to the conclusions. Here we have some interiors from the other courts. The acts of justice represent symbolic affirmations of law as a narrative, a confirmation of the rules as defined by and accepted by the society. In the same time, as law is also an element of cultural identity, the acts of justice are also symbolically strengthening this common cultural identity by reflecting society's dominant conceptions about legality, crime, punishment, justice, etc. In this context, this presentation analyzes some of the theatrical features of international adjudication, which can be interpreted as emphasizing the above-mentioned symbolical messages. The physical places of international adjudication, the aesthetics of courthouse, and especially courtroom design, are to a considerable degree determined by the jurisdiction of the given court. Those dealing with horrendous crimes or breaches of individual rights are more concerned to transmit a feeling of transparency, impartiality, or resolve, while those dealing with interstate conflicts are more relying on sentiments such as security, equality, peacefulness, reliability, and architects are making efforts to symbolically embody these messages into their constructions. As what regards representation in international courts of law, its main symbolic significance could be found in the rare opportunity created by oral proceedings for the litigants to present and debate their view on legal dispute publicly unlikely in ordinary international dispute resolution methods that are relatively less visible for the general public. The narratives presented during the courtroom proceedings are relevant because of the weight and the profile of the stories that are brought before international courts. According to de Hond, ICC prosecutors framed the court as speaking in the name of the abstract mankind, marking out the boundaries of humanity and restoring the dignity of the victims taken away by the perpetrators who deprived them of political agency. This approach is also supported by the fact that live streaming of public hearings, often also publishing of transcripts, has become more or less a common practice for international courts, even in criminal matters, which is arguably not the case of their domestic siblings, especially not in continental law systems. Therefore, international tribunals, especially criminal ones, are making significant efforts to ensure the international community about their impartiality and commitment to exclusively facts and law-based transparent adjudication, visible also at the level of scenes, sets, props, and other theatrical elements with strong symbolic features. Thank you very much for your attention.
To continue the discussion on aesthetics and international courthouses, today we have Lorenzo Gradone and Luca Pasquet. They will present their paper on the sacred trust of adjudication, aesthetics of the sacred in international courthouses. Professor Gradone is a senior research fellow at the Max Planck Institute, Luxembourg, for procedural law. He obtained his PhD from the University of Bologna, where he used to teach before going to the Max Planck Institute. And Professor Pasquet is an assistant professor in Utrecht University School of Law, and he's also a researcher in the Utrecht Center for Accountability and Liability Law. He got his PhD from the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina, for the nice introduction. And thank you very much, Tommaso, for having us here in this beautiful conference. In the next few minutes, Luca and I will deal with a rather austere topic, the aesthetics of the sacred in international courts and tribunals. We enjoy the advantage that everyone should be familiar with the thing we are going to talk about, even though this knowledge is often unreflective, tacit knowledge, let's say. We international lawyers take it for granted that international adjudication is in a way holy, that the places where it is administered are likewise holy. We know that when we stand in those places, we feel awe and reverence. So it seems that the aesthetic of the sacred works well. If you feed artificial intelligence, this ultimate fetish of global consciousness, keywords like international law, sacred, building, etching, you get these buildings at once strange and familiar. This aesthetic is effective as it makes us perceive as normal and appropriate, something which may appear eccentric to less involved spectators, a child, for instance. Why do these guys dress like that? Why do they walk out of the room in a line without speaking or waving, not even nodding? In short, the aesthetic of the sacred holds the normal, the quotidian, and the exceptional, holiness itself, in balance, in a way that appears smooth and natural. We want to look at this closely today with a bit of analytical detachment, but also playfully, a bit like a child would do. Our research, which is still in its infancy, so far covers two institutions, the ICJ and ITLOS, the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. Since these are both interstate courts and the respective cult sites were erected almost 90 years apart, at the two ends of the 20th century, comparing them should allow us to grasp changes in the relevant aesthetics. And there have been some, even if, as always, these continuities are more conspicuous than continuities. One form of continuity is the European character of those places, not only in terms of geographical location, Hamburg. In 1906, the organizers of the competition by invitation to design the Peace Palace decided to exclude candidates from non-European countries, all of them, even if signatories to the Hague Convention. ETLOS, 20 firms were invited to the competition for the ETLOS Palace. 10 of them were German, and the German firm won. Luca begins with a brief review of the concept of the sacred we work with, and then deals with the case of the ICJ. Later on, I will take care of the ETLOS. Before handing over to Luca, a word about the status of our interpretations. With the ICJ, Luca deals with signs that are often very explicit and indeed impressive, while in the ultra-modern ETLOS building, the aesthetic is more discreet and pushed me into some sort of semiotic overdrive. So it may happen that we say, especially me, vain or stupid things, but we cannot be wrong. What we say is simply the effect of the signifier on our own imagination. It is something that objectively happens to us as we deepen our gaze a bit. Enough about epistemologies to speak. Luca, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Lorenzo, and thank you to the organizers. The sacred is normally associated with religion, so with the idea of the supernatural in a way, but there are forms of sacred unconcerned with the supernatural. In order to illustrate this idea, I would like to start from a definition of the sacred given by Emile Durkheim in 1912 in his book, Elementary Forms of the Religious Life, where he says that the sacred is a unified system of beliefs and practices relative to sacred things, that is to say, things set apart and forbidden. Beliefs and practices which unite into one single moral community all those who adhere to them. So sacred objects are defined basically by the way in which people experience them and behave in relation to them. Sacred objects are things set apart, separated. They are experienced as radically different from other aspects of human mundane life. And for this reason, they must be treated with care and respect and preserved from profanation. Drawing upon Durkheim's theory, Gordon Lynch defines the sacred as that which exerts an unquestionable claim over the conduct of social life, the breach of which, profanation, elicits a powerful response. According to Lynch, human groups always experience the sacred as being non-contingent, and something that, I quote, and I like this quotation very much, stands removed from the unfolding drama of life as the fixed point to which we orientate our lives. So the sacred is, in a way, out of time, is an element of stability. The sacred, however, can also be understood as a particular kind of communication. It is indeed through talking, feeling, and acting together, and here I'm quoting Lynch again, that people experience sacred realities. According to Lynch, thus, the sacred is made up of symbols and rituals about those realities that are experienced as exerting an unquestionable moral claim on our lives. Thus, the sacred does not need to have a specific content. Basically, anything could be a sacred thing. And depending on how different groups relate to them, the nation state or human rights can be seen as sacred objects. The same can perhaps be said about international law itself. In one chapter of 1998, Losing Faith in the Secular, David Kennedy recalls that he once attended, I quote, a conference in which the world's great ethical traditions, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Confucianism, and international law were invited. And David Kennedy was the representative of international law, secular religion there. So by exploring the Peace Palace and ETLOS, we will show sacred symbols and rituals play a fundamental role in constituting the aesthetic of international adjudication. In an article of Totemic Authority of the Court, Lyall Barshak, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing the name of this author, affirmed that the court is a sacred place, the temple of civil religion. This idea was not alien to the architects of the European Court of Justice in the 70s, who wanted the court to look like a Greek temple. Nor was it alien to Andrew Carnegie, who famously, I believe, conceive of the future house of the permanent court of arbitration, the Peace Palace, as a temple of peace. So let's start with the pictures. And let's start this virtual tour in the Peace Palace. The foremost sacred celebrated at the Peace Palace is clearly that of peace through justice. The building symbology couldn't be more explicit. On the facade, we can see 16 allegorical statues representing as many virtues and human activities flourishing in time of peace. Fine arts, drama, agriculture, conscience, firmness. I'm not going to list all of them. At the end, justice and law as well, of course. And they find themselves under the statue, the highest statue in the building, representing peace. And she's represented as a woman holding a sword in its scabbard. So she has a big sword, but the sword is in its scabbard, and therefore it is a symbol of peace. Even before we enter the building, we notice on the entrance door the word pax, or peace in Latin, and a solar symbol over it. At the Peace Palace, the sun is systematically, so always, used as an allegory of justice. Thus, already at the entrance door, we find peace and justice. The sun justice allegory is made very explicit on the floor of the entrance hall, where we find a huge solar symbol surrounded by the Latin motto Illustra nos justitia, so the Son of Justice may enlighten us, Son of Justice, which refers to a passage from the book of Malachi, which says, "But for you who revere my name, the sun of righteousness will rise with healing in its rays." So it is, of course, it refers to a passage from the Bible, but of course the sun is also quite literally a theme of the Enlightenment and also a Masonic symbol. If justice is represented by the sun, peace is represented by doves, again, a biblical allegory. And you find these symbols appearing on the walls, the ceilings, and the windows of the Peace Palace, a bit everywhere. In front of the entrance, there is a very impressive decorated apse. The statue that you see in the slides is called Lady Peace and was a gift of the USA, so it represents peace, of course. But behind it, on the stained glass, you can see, again, the Sun of Justice sending its light over peace, so enlightening peace. On the ceiling above Lady Peace, you can see a fresco with 4 characters reminiscent of Byzantine icons in their style. They are Irene, Themis, Dike, and Eunomia. That is to say, in ancient Greek mythology and religion, the personification of peace and of a number of concepts more difficult to translate, which we can associate with law, justice, and order. Irene holds in her arms his son Pluto, the god of wealth and abundance, which of course is only possible in time of peace. And it is a consequence of peace. In front of Lady Peace, but at the first floor, on the balcony, you can see a copy of El Cristo Redentor de los Andes, a statue which celebrates the resolution of the dispute between Chile and Argentina at the beginning of the 20th century. The copy was donated by Argentina to the Peace Palace, and although it represents the Christ, it is clear, okay? In the particular context of the Peace Palace, it is turned into a symbol of peace through law. So here it is not representing resurrection or redemption or any other Christian theological concept, but it represents peace through law. It is a very good example of how religious symbols taken from different traditions, the biblical dove, the sun, so again, a symbol of enlightenment, a Masonic symbol, and also a symbol that relates to the Bible, but also symbols from ancient Greek religion, become here the elements of a polytheistic religion of peace through justice. The Peace Palace also contains a gallery of the heroes of peace. Its functions reflects that of the Pantheon in Paris, a temple which celebrates the heroes of another form of sacred, the French nation. In the gallery, you can see the marbles bust of Carnegie, Martens, Asserui, Barbosa, Nehru, Mandela, Gandhi, and many others. Most of them are men. The Peace Palace is inhabited by the members of an undeclared priestly order, not recognized by the Vatican, the ICJ judges. These priests are ordained in a public ceremony where they pronounce a solemn declaration under Article 20 of the statutes, and I think Article 4 of the rules of the court. So a solemn declaration, which is another way to say that they take an oath. And in the words of Agamben, an oath is the sacrament of language. Their ordination distinguishes them from laymen and authorizes them to administer the sacred thing, the law. Their function, their office, is symbolized by the black robe that they wear in public hearings. The robe does not only identify them as members of the clergy, but hides their human body, allowing the public to see only their faces. That is the mouth which will speak the law. In other words, the robe transforms them into oracles. This metamorphosis is illustrated by the path that judges follow to enter the courtroom of the ICJ. The first stage of this path, of this pilgrimage, if you want, of this Via Crucis, is the green room, where judges wear their black robe. So there is a room where they wear themselves with this robe. The second stage is the red room. So another room, where judges sit together with their peers. Finally, they enter the courtroom together in procession. This ritual constitutes the gradual transition from mundane life to the sacred. Daily life is left behind by wearing the ceremonial robe, and the judge's individuality is abandoned by joining the court's collective body. Judges wear the robe only in public hearings. During deliberations, however, when they only meet their peers, they do not wear it. This may be due to the fact that outside public hearings, when they are only surrounded by other ordained priests, they do not need to differentiate themselves from laymen, and they do not need to separate the sacred from the mundane. According to Barshak, so this is another picture of the judges of the ICJ meeting, some members of the UN Security Council. So, according to Barshak, the judge is a monastic and constricted figure, far removed from mundane affairs. And indeed, if you look carefully, you can see that the Peace Palace is a monastery. The building, which was designed by Cordonnier, a leading architect specializing in religious building, has a cloister, has its own library. It has a canteen, cafeteria, which, however, is called a refectorium. You can see the inscription here, it's refectorium. And indeed, looks like a medieval monastery refectorium. The tower is equipped with bells. These are the bells of the tower, of the Peace Palace. And all the inscriptions inside and outside the palace are in Latin. This is an element of a legitimation ab antiquo, which, as Lorenzo will tell you, is, despite appearances, very much present at the Idros as well. In this monastery, laymen meet the priests in the great courtroom, the church of the palace, during sacred ceremonies. However, as Barshak points out, the judge and the law are preoccupied with preserving their own separateness from the quotidian world. The judge is forbidden from direct touch. A lawyer and a host of legal and customary gestures mediate any appeal to him. So ICJ judges enter the courtroom only after the public has been prepared to their appearance and has assumed an attitude appropriate to the solemn context. So the public stands in silence, and the court and the members of the court can enter the building. The bench creates an additional separation between consecrated priest and ordinary people. Finally, let me say just one thing about the stained glasses of the courtroom. There are 4 stained glasses which represent 4 stages of the evolution of peace, from primitive time, primitive age, to the future. Originally, when the court's branch occupied the shortest side of the room, judges sat in front of the window representing the future of peace, which is called peace achieved, and were therefore reminded of the prophecy that they were called to fulfill. This is what theologians would call an eschatology, that is, a belief about the end of Easter. Then I will.
Yeah, I just had an exchange with our president, and we agreed that there is no time to go through the heat laws, which is a pity, even though I announced that I had stupid things to say, so perhaps it is even better. I, of course, welcome questions about it during the Q&A session. I made a site visit there, so I realized quite a few things. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving away from the International Courthouse, now we will have Professor Isabel Roelle presenting her paper, The United Nations and its Viewing Public. She's a lecturer in law at Queen Mary University of London and the co-director of the Centre for Law and Society in Global Context in the same university. And she holds her PhD from the University of Nottingham. So thank you. It's your floor.
I'm just waiting for my presentation, which I think has got a bit lost. But given that we have short time, I'll start without it. So I'm going to talk to you today about a project I have begun. I'm in the early stages, so I'm not showing you finished research. I'm showing you something that's very much in train. And the project is called The United Nations and its Viewing Public. And I'm interested in the use of visual artwork by the UN's Department of Public Information, so not UNESCO, not other parts of the UN, but specifically the Department of Public Information in its first 20 years, so 1945 to 1965. And I'm particularly interested in that period because it was a period in which firstly the UN's ideas were still in formation. So a very formative period, and also because at that stage, the UN was given a great deal, or the DPI was given a great deal more resource in order to fulfill its mission. So it had its own directors and TV producers. It had a TV section, a film section, which won some Oscars. It had a radio section. Again, it had its own sort of writers for that. It had an exhibitions team, which it still has now, but on a smaller scale. And generally speaking, it was much more ambitious. Shouldn't overstate how much funding it was, because if you read its archival material, you'll see it's constantly in a battle for more resources and having to sort of piggyback on domestic provision, as well as making its own material. But it's a period in which the UN is particularly, or the DPI is particularly sort of interesting in its visual outputs. So I'm looking at photography exhibitions that were being created or curated. I'm interested in the visitor tours. Actually, initially, the visitor tours, particularly of the UN headquarters in New York, were not the idea of the DPI, but were the idea of the American Association of the UN, and the DPI took them over. I'm also interested in things like the reproduction of artworks that had been donated by philanthropists or by member states by the DPI. So the reproduction of things in postcards, for example, but also in publications that were being made by the DPI. So various kind of public-facing publications rather than publications made for member states. And I'm interested in touring exhibitions as well. So not just the exhibitions that were being put on in the headquarters, but the exhibitions that were moving around the world. So just from that, you can see there's a lot of visual production that's going on in the UN. Why am I looking at all of this? Well, it's because I want to try and understand what was being referred to in this department title, in this idea of the Department of Public Information. Who is this public? Or publics? What is it? And I want to try and get at that by, thank you. I want to try and get at that by looking at the practices of looking and what was available to be looked at, because that seems to be a central part of what's going on in terms of the DPI. Viewing and visual output was a huge part of its practices. And this is, I like this picture. So first thing to notice, almost everything I'm going to show you in terms of images comes from the UN's own photo archive. And that's important because these things are being taken by UN photographers or being collected by the UN's photography unit as part of an archive it keeps. This photograph you can see is the general public queuing for a UN tour. And it's significant that the UN wanted to record this. It got very excited when it had its 1 millionth visitor, for example, and this became quite an event. And it was in the report of the DPI, and the person was interviewed, and the interview goes into a magazine that the UN produces. So this idea that there were people who wanted to go and visit the UN as well as lots of visual output is also quite significant. I'm not going to talk very much about it today, but as well as thinking about what the visual output tells us about how the DPI thought of its public, I'm also interested in the way the public's viewing practices, and it's difficult to get at those viewing practices, but I'll maybe say that if I say some things about methodology at the end. The way the public looked back at the UN. And we can see that in things like newspaper cartoons and in things like films. And we can also see it in some private communications. So postcards become important in that connection, as well as letter writing and so on. So who are these publics or public that's being invoked here in the Department of Public Information? Okay. In my work, I'm developing a concept of spectatorial cosmopolitanism. So cosmopolitanism of seeing rather than speaking and acting in the Arendtian sense. Viewing would seem to suggest a very apolitical kind of publicness. Where's the dialogue and debate we associate with deliberative democracy? Where's the marching and striking we associate with public activism? Viewing seems to be a non-participatory kind of publicness, seems to suggest something that is maybe at best a kind of performative or illusory inclusivity. Surely rights depend on speaking and listening, not seeing and seeming. Jacques Rancière's work helps us here. So Rancière wanted to push back against Guy Debord's ideas from the 1960s of the Society of the Spectacle, this idea that we passively consume images in mass culture. And of course, we remember that the UN is engaging a mass audience, a worldwide audience. And Rancière wanted to deconstruct this dichotomy between the passive and the active, the idea that viewing is always passive. He said, well, there are some kinds of artworks and some kinds of sort of regimes of artwork, and in particular, he called this the aesthetic regime of art, and he was thinking there partly about modernist artwork, and we'll see some of those shortly, that resist being reduced to a particular kind of message or a particular representable, identifiable content. And what he said there is where spectators are not just trying to identify something that was intended by the artist, and not just reading a particular message that's there to see in the artwork or decoding a set of symbols that means something specific. There is space for what he calls emancipated spectatorship. So this idea of emancipated spectatorship is central to Rancière's ideas. And it really is worth emphasizing that he didn't think that all kinds of artistic output or all kinds of milieu in which we might encounter artworks enabled that. So just by having visual artwork does not therefore mean emancipated spectatorship. Something more needs to happen. And indeed, we'll see, I'm not very enthusiastic about the potentiality of emancipated spectatorship and what the DPI is doing. Okay, so you can see then perhaps we might have this emancipatory kind of cosmopolitanism, and it might be based on a conception of the public. So I found the art historian Peter de Bolle's book, The Education of the Eye, really useful in getting at this. So what de Bolle does is to rethink what we meant by the public. So he takes the kind of Habermasian orthodoxy, which is that, you know, the public develops through coffee houses and broadsides, so through speaking and reading. And he says, well, there are also practices of spectatorship that are being developed at the same time in 18th century England. And what he wants to do is to try and get at what kind of looking or viewing was being done. And in his particular context, and of course my context is completely different, but in his particular context, he says, well, what we get is the generation of this sentimental look. And he sees this sentimental look not only in the things that are there to be seen, but in the ways those things enable particular sorts of viewing practices and approaches to the things to be viewed. So he offers a way forward to kind of understand what sorts of looking is being asked for by the particular items. And again, it's worth emphasizing with de Bolle, just because you have a public sphere, just because you have politics, does not necessarily mean it's emancipatory. It's not necessarily the kind of politics that we want to emulate or celebrate. I think that's quite important to emphasize, because sometimes we sort of valorize politics without necessarily thinking about what it is that we're valorizing. Okay, what sorts of outputs were there? I just want to give a couple of examples here to show what I mean. And I want to look at two of the very first artworks that were placed into the United Nations building in New York when it was made from 1947 to 1952. It was officially opened in October of 1952. And you'll probably all recognize these. So at the top, you've got the two enormous Fernand Léger murals in the General Assembly. And then at the bottom, I've given it to you in the medium of a postcard there. We've got the Per Krogh painting. In fact, it's not technically a mural, that hangs in the Security Council chamber. And they were two of the first artworks that were placed into the UN, first visual artworks. And one of the things that's quite interesting about the way that the DPI used them is that they were used in quite similar ways. So not necessarily in the ways that we might expect. And the DPI also used them quite unreflectively. So it made the Léger murals also into postcards, even though they don't fit into postcards at all. They really don't work as postcards. And you can actually see that from these photographs that have been taken, because the General Assembly walls slope. So you can't actually flatten that out into a postcard form. It doesn't work. So the DPI was doing this quite kind of naive thing in presenting these. They also both appeared on the tour, on the visitor tour, even though they appeared in quite different ways, which I could say more about. The other thing to note about the way the DPI was using the images is that although the DPI in its visitor tours and its catalogue entries for these are not talking about the kind of, you know, the artistic heritages of Per Krogh or Fernand Léger, or really taking them as kind of art historical objects, neither are they taking them in a kind of Edward Bernays style public relations sort of propaganda mode. What we've got is something much more between the two. And I think it's quite revealing about the way these two things are used. The other thing to say is that the way the Department of Public Information uses these objects does not take into account the circumstances of their commissioning. And both of those are quite interesting. And I'm not going to say very much about them because we'll run out of time and there are other things to say. But I would just emphasize that there's a huge disconnect between what the DPI thinks is possible with these two artworks. So the DPI tends to skate over the Leger murals, which it finds quite difficult, quite high art, although not all commentators actually agreed. So Lewis Mumford, who was the New Yorker columnist, was very, very sniffy about Leger, definitely didn't think it was his best effort. Quite conventional, he called them. But members of the public seem to follow, and the UN encouraged them to follow, Presidents Eisenhower and Truman, who took a real everyman approach to this difficult abstraction. So President Eisenhower kind of tried to look at them upside down, and famously, Truman described them as Bugs Bunny on that side and scrambled eggs on that side. What's interesting about that is that that's the way that the UN talked about them and still talks about them. So in its materials, the UN used these everyman, ordinary Joe phrases to talk about this artwork. The two murals by Leger were some of the only artworks that were actually commissioned by the design team. Leger was a personal friend of Wallace Harrison, who was the so-called design diplomat in charge of the design of the thing, and actually made a mural for the inside of Harrison's own apartment in New York. Whereas the Per Krogh mural down here was the gift of Norway. Although, as Ingeborg Lambeck, who's written a great piece about this, writes, Norway didn't actually pay for it, but it did hold the UN hostage. Harrison hated Krogh's mural, absolutely detested it. He thought it was narrative and not very good quality and didn't fit at all into the kind of modern design that they were trying to present. And in fact, he commissioned a philosopher from Columbia to write a statement of principle about the kind of artworks that would be acceptable. And the kind of artworks that would be acceptable, unsurprisingly, are ones that use colour and form to get the public, members of the public, to engage on a kind of sensory level. Going back to what you were talking about yesterday, about this idea of the objectivity of perception. Whereas, and it's very hard not to read the statement of principle as a description of Krogh's mural, narrative storytelling, ethical artwork, you know, the kind of thing that Rancière would definitely not see as part of the aesthetic regime of art, was absolutely beyond the pale. And it's hard not to see Edmund Irwin, that's the name of the professor's descriptions, as actually descriptions of the Krogh mural. Anyway, so Norway said, well, unless you include that mural, we're not paying for anything. We're taking a ball home. So that's how the Krogh mural ends up in the chamber. But contrary to the approach of the design team, the DPI loves the mural. And it loves the mural because it can be broken down and read in this symbolic, messagey way. Different panels in it can be identified with freedom. And Krogh releases a public statement. So the horse on the right there, you probably can't really see, is meant to be freedom. Up on the left, you've got a little market scene where they're weighing grain, and that's meant to be prosperity and kind of well-being. In the top panel, you've got the arts and the sciences. So it's all very kind of symbolic. So there's this disjunct then between what the DPI is doing and the kind of aesthetic way that we might understand these things. Okay. We don't have anything like a spectatorial cosmopolitanism then in sort of a Rancièrean sense. But what I am interested in doing is working towards trying to understand the kind of looking that was being encouraged by the DPI. What sorts of viewing practices? And we have quite an interesting sort of mishmash. So we have quite a lot of ritual. The guided tours, which haven't changed a huge amount, so if anybody's been on a guided tour recently, they're quite ritualized. So there's a very slow pace of these kinds of things. You're not afforded much freedom in moving around yourself. There are rituals involved in sending postcards and filling out the postcards and getting your stamp and sending them off. But despite all that ritual, we certainly don't have anything that we could describe in the kind of Benjaminian sense as being any kind of erotic sort of quality of these artworks. In fact, the aura seems to be sort of sucked out of them in the UN context. We also don't have much time for viewing. We don't have kind of long lingering looks where we might spend a lot of time with these images. They're things that need to be quite recognizable. So there's a lot of kind of, in an Adornian sense, identification rather than non-identification going on. Not much time for alternative readings, the sorts of things that Rancière saw as the essential of emancipatory spectatorship. Okay, finished. Lovely. Well, I have finished, so that's fine. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. So the last paper will be presented by Jacqueline Frances Mowbray and Emily Crawford, and they will talk about their paper of teddy bears in international law. Professor Mowbray is an associate professor and associate dean for Indigenous Strategy and Services in the University of Sydney Law School, and she earned her PhD from University of Cambridge. And Professor Crawford is currently an associate professor at the University of Sydney Law School, and she earned her PhD in the University of New South Wales.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for inviting us. We would like to introduce you to Dudu Louis. And if you, whoops, that was gone, now he's back. And if you've been following our Instagram on the Souvenirs and Merchandise of International Law, you would know him already. And if you're not following our Instagram, why are you not following our Instagram at The Vanishing Point on the Souvenirs and Merchandise of International Law? He's the most recent addition to Louis Vuitton's partnership with UNICEF. He's tiny. He weighs 100 grams and he's only about 30 centimeters in height. He's made of organic cotton and he's hand-stitched by Louis Vuitton artisans in France. He is bedecked with the signature Louis Vuitton monogram, except it's in those beautiful kind of pastel, childlike colours that actually seem to evoke the colours of the SDGs, the greens, the blues, the yellows, and the oranges. Dudu Louis sells for around $1,000 US, or about 750 euro. So keep in mind, he's tiny. He can sit in your palm, and only $100 US of that goes to UNICEF. So it's on its own, Dudu Louis seems to be a very delightful, if expensive, symbol of benevolent capitalism or corporate charity. But this is not the whole picture, because at the time Dudu Louis was being marketed by Louis Vuitton, which was in 2021, so we're at the height of the pandemic here, another couple of pertinent bits of information were coming out. First of all, 2021, again, remember, height of the pandemic, Louis Vuitton recorded its biggest profit ever, 64 billion euros, up from 40% from the previous year. And CEO Bernard Arnault's personal fortune was estimated at that point to be around 200 billion euros. Second point, again, same time, 2021, reports emerged that there are widespread strikes taking places in Louis Vuitton workshops throughout France, partially in response to the fact that the company starts cutting the shifts for workers. So rather than doing a full shift during the day, allowing them to have fixed times, they instead introduce a daytime shift and a nighttime shift. And at the same time, expert trained master craftsmen are being paid a salary of around 14 or 15 euro an hour. Again, same time that Louis Vuitton is reporting a massive profit. And then again, last bit of pertinent information, 2021, civil society non-governmental organisation called Know the Chain does a report on 200 companies around the world that make clothes, accessories, shoes, and so on. And it ranks Louis Vuitton Moët Hennessy, the parent company of Louis Vuitton, as one of the worst companies in the world for having poor to negligible protections for workers and absolutely no transparency in their supply chain, because essentially LVMH could not attest to the fact that items such as Dudu Louis were not being made with cotton from Uyghur forced labour. So with this background in mind, we come back to Doudou Louis because this small object seems to be the site of a lot of contradictions. It's a child's toy that is priced beyond the reach of most families on the planet. It's made to raise money for an organisation that is meant to help children in crisis. It's an object made by artisans, but at a scale that no artisan could afford to live on. In fact, I did the maths, and for a Louis Vuitton artisan to be able to afford a Doudou Louis would be 50 hours worth of work before they would earn enough to be able to afford that. And the entire chain from the base materials to the final product is one that is riddled with paradoxes. Forced or bonded labour in the production of the cotton, minimal payment of skilled artisans, and retailing at a price point that is equivalent, if not double or triple, to the annual national income per capita of most of the states where UNICEF is most active. So how do we kind of deal with these contradictions, this beautiful item of craftsmanship that is the embodiment of so much corruption and so much kind of tension with what we consider to be the purpose of international law? And with that, I now hand over to my colleague, Jackie.
Thanks, Emily. Thanks, everyone. So in trying to think through some of these contradictions about Doudou Louis and what does he say about international law, we chose to use the work of Pierre Bourdieu. And we used Bourdieu, as a couple of people at this conference have mentioned, because of his particular interest in aesthetics as not being never just being aesthetics, but also being around cultural and social and political factors that shape what we find attractive or appealing, because clearly more is going on here than just a teddy bear. That's obvious. He's not just a teddy bear, but he's embodying a whole lot of other things. That's why people are paying €750 for him, because it's association with privilege and prestige and Louis Vuitton. And yet also here, he's somehow associated with the work of the international system and international law because he's tied up with UNICEF. So we thought Bourdieu would be useful from that perspective. And also from the perspective of Bourdieu, as most of you know, focuses on what he calls social fields and sites of social practice. And it seemed to us this bear engaged a number of different social fields. So there's a sort of cultural, aesthetic field, but also clearly he's part of the field of economics. And yet also through the connection with UNICEF, somehow connected to the field of international law and international organisations. And Bourdieu's work is also useful at looking at not only what goes on within particular social fields, but the way in which those fields relate to each other. And what Bourdieu refers to as the distribution of capital within fields being replicated across fields. And Bourdieu, as many of you would know, adopts a very broad approach to capital here as being essentially whatever is valued within a field. So within a field of scientific endeavour, for example, scientific knowledge and background, winning Nobel Prizes and so on might be prized. So it's not just economic capital. So starting with the field of law, because that's ultimately we're lawyers and we wanted to come back to that, Bourdieu himself has written a little bit about the field of law, and essentially to cut through a reasonably complex article, he says that what's valued within the field of law, and he's focusing particularly on domestic law here and particularly obviously within the French legal system, the things that are really valued here are impartiality. And so picking up on some of the themes of the papers about courthouses here, this almost sacred separation of the court and the judges from everyday life. They're not connected. They don't have stakes in that. They're impartial. And also the idea of neutrality, that within the law, really messy social conflicts become kind of disembodied. So they're just arguments about legal principles. And so those ideas of impartiality and neutrality are really central to the field of law. And this sort of makes sense within the domestic context, but then we move to the international context. As Emily said, this is part of a broader project we're doing looking at merchandise and souvenirs of international law, and there's lots. There's UNICEF Barbie, and there's UN Lego, and there are board games. Within that, that's sort of really odd in that it's not really those values of impartiality and neutrality, but it's really international law is playing in this game of economics, of souvenirs, of merchandise. And we were thinking about it, and we were thinking that would be really odd in a domestic context, right? If you went to your local court and it was selling, mugs with the names of key cases or pictures of the judges. Like, it would be at one end odd, at another end almost really improper, right? The idea that it would be sort of marketing itself in this way, or that, as in the case of Doudou Louis, it would be partnering for fundraising purposes with a corporation, essentially. That would seem really inappropriate at the domestic level, and yet seems really widespread at the international level. So what is going on here? How does this work? And essentially, drawing on Bourdieu, what we think is happening here is that the symbolic capital of international law, so the prestige and the value and the power of international law, is being converted here into, and commodified, I suppose, into economic capital. And in particular, we think there are three forms of symbolic capital, or sources of symbolic capital, for international law and international institutions, which really lend themselves to this conversion into economic capital, which is not true for domestic legal systems. The first is this idea of the international as somehow superior, a more appropriate way of resolving disputes with this global reach, kind of glamorous, even sort of sexy, this idea of the international sphere. Secondly, international law is, we would say, very closely connected, or Bourdieu would say has homologies with the field of political power. So if we think about classic images of international law in the UN, we've seen some of them yesterday as sort of world leaders shaking hands and signing peace treaties, or the General Assembly lined up, or the grandeur of these buildings that we're seeing. The key players in a lot of ways in international law are, by definition, people who've risen to political power, who are leaders within their states and representing their states on the world level. So in some ways, international law is associated with that field of political power, with key figures. And thirdly, there seems to be an interesting kind of symbolic capital associated with the humanitarian vision of international law, that it's somehow noble, perhaps picking up on some of your ideas of holy or sacred. And you can see this, I think, particularly in the fact that this object is raising money for UNICEF, and it's sort of, children. And in some ways, almost the more vulnerable the recipient, the more humanitarian the project, and therefore the more symbolic capital associated with that. So it's interesting, I think, that Louis Vuitton would partner with UNICEF, but not, for example, with UNHCR on projects to, encourage states to accept more refugees, or the International Labour Organization, working on projects to encourage unionization and collective bargaining, for example. That's sort of deeply uncool, but kids are kind of sweet and marketable. So what we're suggesting is that the forms of symbolic capital that are embedded in international law kind of uniquely suited for conversion into economic capital and these kind of products. Much easier to sell humanitarianism and the international than impartiality and neutrality in the case of domestic legal systems. And this also has significant implications, I think, in that if international law is participating in this and selling this, the sort of symbolic capital we're talking about are things that are not particularly challenging to the consumer who might buy this teddy bear. So we're talking about projects to help vulnerable children. We're not, for example, talking about building toilets for communities who've been displaced by multinational corporations. So there's a bigger point here, I think, that the sort of symbolic capital that is able to be converted in this way to economic capital by working with large corporations is capital that isn't challenging in any way the fundamental structures of the international system. And here what we're really suggesting is that international law itself is participating in an aesthetic which is fundamentally a capitalist one, fundamentally one of commodification and of buying into, or in some ways quite literally, an international system based on capitalist values. And from this perspective, it's not so surprising that we have this bear that is supposed to raise money for UNICEF being produced by a corporation that has serious human rights issues in the context of its supply chain. And coming back to what Annalise Riles was talking about yesterday about this sustainable development goals and this idea of branding of international law, I think you can see that sort of dynamic at work here as well. It's this commodification. How can we take what's great about international law that can be commodified and turn it into one of these little bears, I guess. So from this perspective, I think it's really interesting what's going on. If we can't step back and look at the bear, people are buying him not because of what he is, although he's obviously very beautiful, but because of his association with two really powerful brands. So on the one side, that brand of international law and UNICEF, and on the other hand, that brand of Louis Vuitton. And this, I think, is reminiscent of what Naomi Klein wrote in her quite dated book now, but about sort of late stage capitalism and the idea of it's all about the logos. It's about branding taking over all the space in society. So very briefly, because we're probably nearly out of time, what then are the implications of this for international law? So our work's obviously building on the work of scholars who've talked about the different ways in which international law supports neoliberal relations and blocks off more transformative change. And I guess we say, first of all, this deep implication of international law and organisations with a capitalist sort of aesthetic limits also the transformative potential of international law in different ways. So it's obviously precluding more fundamental challenges to the systems that sustain capitalism and inequality. And in fact, it cloaks Louis Vuitton itself in this sort of aura of humanitarianism, like, oh, aren't they great? They're raising money for UNICEF. They're doing something really positive. So maybe it's even doing more. Maybe it's actually concealing injustices associated with the current system. And secondly, because as Bourdieu would say, cultural objects do really important social and cultural work in terms of telling us who we are, what we do, telling us stories about ourselves. It's also doing work telling us about what international law does and what its priorities are. And I think in light of the problems with that raises some really interesting questions for international law about what stories are we telling ourselves about international law through objects like this. So much more to discuss, but we will leave it there.
Yeah, it's on. So now we will have a Q&A. So we have there, then there, then there. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much for this fascinating panel. So many stories told and wonderful storytellers in this particular constellation. Just a comment on the last panel about the role of corporations. That's very much close to my heart. Why are they not actors and subject of international law in this moment? This is probably very obvious to everyone in this room, but I think your presentation really illustrates the missing puzzle, one of the biggest missing puzzles right now in international law, especially given the power that's constantly amplified currently. My question is for Luca and Lorenzo, actually two questions. First question is, have you seen any symbols of moons in your research? Because it's quite interesting that the sun is quite amplified, the light of justice, bringing to the light, and traditionally sun is part of the day, and in many cultures it's sun and moon together, and the sun is more masculine in a sense. Again, we're not attaching to the body but more to the perception, so it's more what's in the light, and then the moon is more what's in the shadow, but also inner work and actually acknowledging what's on the other side. So I'm quite curious if you saw any symbols and acknowledgement of duality as well, because it seems very one-sided with the sun. And the second question to you as well, and maybe I'm just reading too much in your title, but you use the word trust, sacred trust. And then the question, why not faith? Because it seems that, to me, the commonality between international law and religion is this false or not, but promise of transcending our mortality by either justice or faith in some system of beliefs. but trust is a bit more objective in a sense, and then faith is a bit more subjective. But maybe I'm reading too much in your title. Thank you.
Thank you so much, really, for super fascinating papers. Maybe just a smart comment to Emily and Jackie. So interestingly, the UK Supreme Court also uses a teddy bear, which actually travels with the court, and it's 19 centimeter, but it costs $25. And there's nothing about fair trade or something like that. I don't even know where this maybe is coming from, kind of Chinese sweatshop in that sense, where it's probably similar thing. I found it interesting that both using a teddy bear as this is some kind of neutral or childlike vision when they're actually talking about justice, which is really hard. My question would be on the architectural or sacred trust kind of two papers in that sense. So we're only talking or majorly talking about courts which are located in the global north, in like the centers of European power, which of course has this political dimension, but I'm more interested if you have also found architectures of like non-Western centric versions of justice. I'm thinking particularly if you're looking at, for example, the Inter-American or the Caribbean courts, those are very often in former colonial rooms, which also has a certain type of political dimension towards that, or the African Court on Human and People's Rights, which doesn't even have a building, no, because it's financed, you don't need finances for that. So do we also have architectures that do not constrict to this very European-centered version of bringing justice, or post-colonial, or not even post-colonial versions of architecture that would align with your visions on justice or sacred trust? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have two questions. My first question goes to Gradoni and Pasquet. I hope I pronounce your name correctly. I'm sorry if I do not, I didn't. The courthouses that you examined, most especially that of the Peace Palace, I think there is much of a reflection of the dominance of Christianity as a religion. Now, don't you think this has a lot to do about what we call international, if it does not have the dominance of the West? And then closely akin to that, it's like other courts in other parts of the world. Do they really reflect their traditional beliefs, apart from the post-colonial one just previously mentioned here? Yes. So then the second question goes to Professors Mowbray and Crawford. I'm just curious. Obviously, this teddy bear thing, it has some African mosaic, like batik on it. Is it deliberate? Do you intend to convey something? I'm just curious about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm not sort of getting into the later panel, but I was wondering, and this probably carries on from the question of the honor courts, is that what the effect of, say, live streaming of courtroom proceedings has on architecture. I'm thinking about this mostly because I've been spending the last few days looking at courtroom proceedings from India, and the experience is obviously completely different. You only get to see the bench, you get to see the parties that are arguing, and none of the architecture. You don't get to experience the courtroom. So I was wondering two things. One is that, is there a pushback against online streaming, Zoom participation in, or whatever the other platform in courtrooms? And secondly, which part of the courtroom is shown to the viewers when through these sort of online platforms? Is any of the architecture shown, or is architecture more or less becoming irrelevant in that regard?
Thanks so much for these really great, really interesting papers. I've got a question for Emily and Jackie. Thank you so much for that super interesting presentation. My question is about, so I'm going to play devil's advocate just because now I get the privilege of responding to an argument that I often make about the commodification of international law. So something that I often hear is like, you know, we live in capitalist times, so this is kind of what you would be expecting of international organizations. This is sort of the way in which things go. So why do you care, right? So my question to you is, does it matter if it's humanitarianism that is being commodified, or if it's, say, I don't know, a postcard of an international organization, say the UN, whatever. So is there a difference in when it matters, or is your argument one of which is fine too, you know, to say it's a reproduction of the status quo and international law is complicit in that? That's fine too. But my question is, do you make a distinction? Is it more problematic in certain circumstances and less so in others? Yeah. Thank you. And great to see who's behind At the Vanishing Point, which I didn't actually know. So that's brilliant. The revelation.
Thank you so much for the presentations, and they were very thought-provoking. My question is to Isabel. When you said about the power of looking and being looked at, it really resonated, and also like defining this viewing as an active action. I think it's very important to consider. And it made me think about Mirzoev's right to look, for example, this concept. On the other hand, I was also considering like how you incorporate Arendtine space of appearance. When we think about this space, like it's created by the people who come together and who do something with their words and deeds. In this case, in the UN's like the viewing public's case, I was wondering like how you consider this coming together and wherever people appear idea, and would it also connect somehow to, for example, Rancière's distribution of the sensible? I was wondering your ideas on this.
Thank you. Amazing panel, amazing contributions. Just a very quick comment following up from the previous question to Isabel. I noticed in that on that slide, you know, the UN, I think it was the UN Security Council couldn't see very well. The viewing public was mostly women, or I mean, there were so many women in the panel. So I'm wondering if it's a deliberate, you know, choice by the DPI to show that at that moment, kind of women were also kind of participating in maybe as spectators, not as, you know, proper actors, but yeah.
Thank you. Fantastic panel and papers. I have a question for Chongor, Luca, and Lorenzo. So it's interesting. I think that there's obviously some complementarity between your presentations, the theatrics and the sacred. And I would be curious to know if you see, so what is in turn then the connection between the sacred and theatrics, even outside of a courtroom setting. And perhaps as you develop on that, I would be really curious to hear a little bit of Lorenzo's overdrive, semiotic overdrive. So I don't know if at the risk of going a little over time. So if that is possible. I see that there's also a question from Federica.
Hi, yes. Shall I go ahead? Can you hear me? I'm sorry, my connection today is a bit bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, so thank you. I have a question to Isabel and a question to Lorenzo and Luca. The question to Isabel is, and I hope I understood your argument correctly, otherwise my apologies. So the first one is, with your arguments, could we make the generalization that commissioned art can rarely, if ever, be critical? And then on the opposite end, if I understood correctly what you said, there are certain type of artworks that can elicit the emancipatory look in the spectator, while other types cannot. And aren't we selling a bit short the spectators in a sense, or aren't we overgeneralizing a spectator? I mean, the discussion that was going on yesterday, for example, with the SDGs showed that if you come with a certain set of knowledge or the precondition, you're able to perceive that artwork very differently. So I'm wondering if we're not selling short the subject, because if we are going to the UN, we probably perceive that artwork very differently than someone that perhaps, I don't know, hasn't studied international law or something like that. I'm wondering whether it doesn't risk becoming a bit an elitist type of argument. And again, apologies if I misunderstood what you were articulating before. And to Luca and Lorenzo, just a curiosity, actually building on Sylvia's question. If I remember correctly, having been in one of the tours of the ICJ, some of the artworks have been donated. Could you detect perhaps any different dimension of the sacred in those artworks that were donated by different states? Or do you think they really just replicate this sense of the sacred that you were discussing before? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. So, regarding the live streaming, on the live streaming, you can see mostly what you would see if you were in the courtroom as a spectator. So they are not broadcasting ambient images or images of the audience, or they're not showing you the witnesses if the witnesses are under protection and so on and so forth. And these new modern courtrooms are lacking this so they have this neutral background just because it looks better on camera. So they lack those glasses and pictures and whatever you see in older buildings. As what concerns the connection between sacred and theatric, I guess there we have the buildings are showing different conception of law. In the case of the International Court of Justice, which was building erected at the beginning of the 20th century, and the subject matter jurisdiction concerned more interstate relationships, I guess you could say that more closer to the sacred conception than the newer courts, which are more likely to deal with state versus individual relationships, which I guess they could be closer to theater. But if you look at Nuremberg also, which is not that far away in time from the ICJ Peace Palace, you see the difference, for instance, in the outfit of the actors. You know, in Nuremberg, you don't have unitary robes. The national judges coming from the Allied powers, they usually wear their national robes. So they have different colors, or some of them are in military uniform, or some of the prosecutors are in civilian suits. So this is really far from sacred. So I guess this would be the subject matter jurisdiction would be the division between them.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. Concerning the moon, I didn't find the moon at the Peace Palace, but Lorenzo told me he found the moon at the Eclos. So I think that what is in the shadow is not really in line with the symbology of the Peace Palace, where everything is very explicit, in my opinion. So there are a lot of symbols. I didn't even make a complete list, but I didn't see the moon.
Your moon. So there is actually no moon in at Eclos, but there are signs of the moon, indirect signs of the moon. In my view, what takes place in the courtroom, as a matter of theatrics, the way the judges behave, looks like a type So the judges with blue robes, they move, they flood the courtroom like a tide. And since the moon moves tides, you have the moon indirectly.
Okay. Then concerning to the question about the symbols of Christianity and whether they are related to the dominance of the West, yes, of course. I think, of course, this symbology, this decoration reflects the imaginary of the people who made it. So Western men, as Lorenzo said, the people who built, who conceived the palace, who built it, and also who made the decorations were all from the West, so Europe or the United States. There is, interestingly, a Japanese room at the Peace Palace, in the rooms of the Permanent Court of Arbitration. There is this Japanese room. It has been decorated by Europeans. So it reflects the vision of Europeans on Asia. So it reflects the Orientalism, this Orientalist view. So you have a lot of cliché in a way, lotus flowers, dragons, etc. But this is the vision of the West. And by the way, as an observer, I'm also a European, so. Let's say that I can see what I've been trained to see in a way, what I've been educated to see. So certainly another observer would see something else. Concerning the live streaming, Lorenzo, you want to say something?
We didn't consider the subject. I got very close to it a few years ago when I explored the life of international courtroom tribunals on Twitter and social media and on the internet, websites, but I didn't go into that. We will do it perhaps. So thanks for the reminder. If I can say just a couple of words about the ethos. I'm not going to make my presentation right now. Don't worry. So where the sacred it is also a way to answer your questions. The sacred ethos is not found in a sort of mimesis of religion, be it Christian or deistic, as at the ICJ. It is found in nature, basically. So there is sort of a religion of nature, and in an official document, which is in German, which we found out about the building of the ethos, you can read and translate into English. They wanted to build a light, graceful building, interacting with its natural surroundings, merging with it in unity. So the German says it better. Verschmelzen zu einer Einheit. A building which subtracts from rather than adding to the environment. And to answer Tommaso's questions, one thing which becomes very strange when you wander around the premises of the ethos is that the sea is nowhere. There is no sea. There are boats, gifts. The representations of the elements of the sea is it's not in the symbology of the ethos, except for the emblem of the tribunal, where you have the scales of justice that remain firm even though the sea is moving. So the sea is nowhere there. There are a few gifts, boats from various states. And these boats, of course, are dry, as if the tide is low. And this is because the symbol of the sea comes up in the courtroom, as I said beforehand. And the same document I referred to describes the court as der zentrale Bedeutungsträger, the key signifier, which of course invites a semiotic analysis or an analysis along. Derrida's line, which I attempted, but based on you need to see the slides to understand the sacred trust. What you say is absolutely perfect. We just wanted to make a play on words with the sacred trust of civilization, and so it's a stupid title. It's not so meaningful, let's say.
Yes. So the last question by Federica Violi, who was speaking from nowhere, so like an oracle again. So about the artworks that have been donated by states, whether they reflect only this form of sacred of peace through justice or also other kind of forms of sacred. I think that we have to distinguish between the message which is conveyed and the symbol through which the message is conveyed. I think that at the end of the day, the message that all these states want to convey is that of peace through justice. But then there are states that are not afraid to do so through clearly religious symbols. So through symbols of other kinds of religions or other forms of sacred. For instance, you saw the Christ, Cristo Redentor de los Andes. That's quite explicit. It is a Christian symbol. And I can think also the symbol that I didn't show you the pictures. But there is a huge cross from Armenia in the garden, and it is a cross. But again, if you read the explanation of why they donated it, according to Armenia, that is a symbol of peace. I do not know why. I should inquire about it. But the message that you want to convey is that peace through justice. Thank you.
Thank you for really fantastic questions. I'm going to give them not enough answer, but I'm conscious that everybody wants their lunch. So it'd be nice to chat in the break. In terms of Arendt, I am doing horrible violence to her space of appearance by taking it literally. Arendt is quite bad at thinking about art, and I'm interested in pushing her. I'm not just trying to reproduce. This isn't a misunderstanding of the space of appearance. It's a deliberate sort of turning of it in a different direction. In terms of women, Eleni, well noticed. Yeah, absolutely. Loads and loads of pictures of women and children, especially. Children and young people are used in the publicity materials a lot. What I would say is that no, the DPI isn't doing it deliberately. And one of the reasons I think that is because in a very interesting memoir by a former director of the DPI, Tavares Bassa, he actually refers to all of these very annoying ladies in flamboyant hats, quote unquote, getting under the feet of the people who are doing the real work in the UN. So no, I don't think they're doing it deliberately. But it's very interesting to think about these kind of forerunners of civil society and the way the UN is seeing its public. But yeah, that's fantastically well noticed. I'm very interested about the way women are depicted. Tour guides, by the way, are a whole other thing, but we can talk about that. And then the last thing to say is, Federica, yeah, I agree with you. I'm not trying to take the works of art in the abstract, and neither is Rancière. So the regime of art doesn't mean that, well, all abstract pictures are capable of emancipatory viewing, whereas all figurative paintings are not. That's not the argument here. And it's also not the case that commissioned art can never be critical and vice versa. You're absolutely right. What I'm interested in are practices of viewing, but I am interested in the limitations that the thing to be viewed might place in the way of emancipated viewing. One thing I would say here is that some of W.J.T. Mitchell's ideas can be really helpful. So something to read would be What Do Pictures Want?, where he really thinks about the limits of the visual as a way of kind of directing a gaze and forcing people to see something particular.
Thank you so much. Amazing questions. Sylvia, on the teddy bear, I had also found the teddy bear, and I've just started to think about what is it about teddy bears that they have this kind of collectible nature, that they're also useless in that sense. They're kind of different from the coffee mugs. I don't have an answer, but I have noticed that. And also the fact that the dynamic I was talking about it not being merchandise, not being the case in domestic courts, does slightly change when you get to those very elite courts. So the Supreme Court of the US obviously has a very substantial kind of gift shop. So yeah, we still need to think through some of what's happening there. Christine, yeah, absolutely. The argument that, of course, this is what you'd expect, it's inevitable. And it's very interesting, I think, in the case of UNICEF, I didn't realise this till we started this, UNICEF itself has no funding, so it's entirely reliant on donations. So it was almost built into the nature of it that this was absolutely what it would have to do. Does it matter? I suppose I've sort of got two answers to that. One is, it matters in the sense that I think we need to be aware of it because of the downstream implications, I suppose. Because if we're just saying, oh, it's inevitable, that's going to happen, then that's foreclosing our awareness of some of the ways in which it's influencing international law and influencing how we understand the world and what we take for granted and what's seen and unseen, a lot of what we've been talking about. But secondly, I think there is a difference in some ways on what the source of that symbolic capital is. And I think the drawing symbolic capital from that humanitarian impulse is particularly problematic because it kind of throws this cloak of respectability over what we might otherwise immediately say is not respectable. So some of Louis Vuitton's practices and its implication, its position as a luxury brand that's not paying its artisans properly, and yet somehow this association with UNICEF, and it has a much bigger association with UNICEF with a range of products, and we could talk for a very long time about them. But in some ways, it's expressly concealing what's going on here in a way that I think is more damaging than, say, your coffee mug with the UN symbol, which is just saying the UN's this really cool, prestigious thing, and now I've got my coffee mug. But yeah, that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, and sort of going on from that, I think for us, obviously, the pen, the keychain, the postcard, the fridge magnet, they're the things that get souvenired and made into souvenirs around the world for lots of different things. And of course, we can take them apart. I think what struck us about Duty Louis and a number of other things that we handily have on our blog were just the weirdness of the juxtaposition of, here is this teddy bear, which is ostensibly a child's toy made to raise money for this children's organisation that costs an obscene amount of money, is absolutely tiny, cannot be touched without getting really dirty, and cannot be verified as not being made by slave and or child labour. So that was the moment where we just kind of went, what? And there are a couple of other things that we've got that have that moment for us. For instance, that makes you think whoever is running the UN gift shop needs to really have a look at themselves, because there are things like you can get at the UN gift shop a stress ball, so something you're supposed to squeeze because you're really, really tense, that has the word peace on it. There is a Rubik's Cube with the Sustainable Development Goals on it, which don't line up. No matter which way you turn it, it doesn't line up. So you kind of go, how late at night and how drunk were the organisers of this before they went, that sounds like a great idea. So that's kind of what we're looking at, which is at what point do these things transcend just the I've been there of the pen or the keychain to the what is this trying to say about the narrative of international law in the world. Specifically about the pattern of Duty Louis, it's entirely possible that it is actually drawing on batik and other kinds of patterns, because it was designed by Virgil Abloh, who is an American designer, but his parents are Ghanaian. And so it's entirely possible that he was actually drawing on that. And it's actually interesting to compare, because Duty Louis is a variant of the standard Louis Vuitton teddy bear, who's just called Doudou, who is actually in their traditional monogram. So he's brown velvet with the gold Louis Vuitton monogram, but the Louis Vuitton monogram on Doudou is completely like in straight lines and really, really clear. He's also $5,000, whereas Duty Louis, who has got the pastels but has got that much more kind of random pattern, is the much cheaper one. Still hasn't raised that much money for UNICEF. They like to boast that all of their UNICEF fundraising over the last, they've been doing it since 2016, has raised 20 million euro. But then you see how much money they're actually donating from the bear, and also they have jewellery, and it is not that much. And so you go, yeah, you know what would be great? Then no, why don't you donate some of your 200 billion to UNICEF? That would probably be, more meaningful than this pittance that you're getting. But obviously there is a huge amount of capital that attached. If you're interested, Louis Vuitton has a whole separate standalone layered web page talking about the work they do with UNICEF, which has obviously become this real point of pride for them.
Is it working? I would like to thank everyone and the panelists for this very exciting presentations and papers, and the audience for the questions. And please, a round of applause and then lunch for everyone.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch break. A little short of a lunch break, but a break nonetheless. It is my great pleasure to hold this third and final keynote discussion of the conference. And well, this will be a chat with Professor Andrea Bianchi, and as usual, form and aesthetics of academic conferences do require me to say a couple of words to introduce you, Andrea. Even though Andrea doesn't need much of an introduction, especially to an audience of international lawyers, but just for the sake of form, Andrea is the Director of Studies and a Professor of International Law at the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies, that now also goes by Geneva Graduate Institute, right? He's been teaching there since 2002. Before, he was a professor at the Università Cattolica in Milan, even before associate professor at the University of Parma and professional lecturer at Johns Hopkins in Bologna. Professor Bianchi's research spans a wide variety of topics, and I think that we will have an opportunity maybe to talk a bit about that. I think that in some time ago, Andrea, you wrote quite a bit about international law and terrorism, human rights, the law of immunities, and I think in more recent times, you've opened up your areas of interest to international legal theory. There's an edited book that came out a couple of years ago, International Law's Invisible Frames, which also I think has a strong potential aesthetic component to it. And well, without further ado, Andrea, thank you so much for being with us today. And to break the ice, why are you with us today? Or let me put it a little more politely. What role does aesthetic play in your personal and academic experience?
Well, so we start with the difficult ones already, so there is no gradually getting into it. Why am I here today? What is my conception of aesthetic? I think I've been reflecting since about 10 years about what a research assistant of mine at the time told me with a rather, poker face. You should have been a professor of aesthetics rather than law. And I didn't really grasp what she meant. It didn't sound like a compliment to me, but I'm still searching the meaning for that. And then another thing that puzzled me was when Stephen Ratner, our colleague from Michigan, said to me that he had never encountered a colleague who speaks so frequently by way of metaphor. And again, I wasn't sure that was a compliment either. So, but there might be other reasons, maybe because I take pleasure in choosing my book covers. A crippled, creepy Venetian mask for the book on transparency, the rather invisible cover that Moshe and I chose for our International Law's Invisible Frames, Osorio's chessboard for the book on interpretation. So I do take pleasure in trying to connect content and image. And I'm also somebody who is able to start with words and to put words together. We are talking about titles before. Most people get to write what they have to write and then they think of a title. It happens very often to me that I start playing with a few words and all of a sudden they come together in some sort of title, and then I start building from there. And I don't think it's just a very casual or lack of series notes at all. Words mean so much to me that when I start concentrating with it, intuitively dealing with it, for me, that's how I start creating the piece. But one thing for sure I know, and the only coherent answer that I can give you to your question, I know why I'm here. You invited me. So maybe you know, and I don't.
Indeed. And well, but so as I come back to that, let's go on with difficult questions then. What is aesthetics to you? So far in this conference, we heard fantastic presentations that partly, not exclusively, but focus on the visual, on literary sensibilities. And yesterday, during the first day, Elizabeth concluded her presentation by saying that maybe the visual is taking up too big a place in our aesthetic sensibilities. So what is aesthetics for you?
Yeah. Well, I can only answer that by providing the sense of what aesthetic is to me as an individual, not as a lawyer, and that's the next step. But for me, aesthetic is a fundamental component of my human sensibility. It's a feeling, it's a sentiment, it's an emotion, it's the pursuit of something beautiful or aspiring through the senses and through the intellect, that when it gets particularly intense can become almost a sense of awe, a sense of marvel, amazement. And I must say that is something very close to Edgar Morin, the French philosopher's notion of aesthetic. When I read his pamphlet on aesthetic, I recognized so much about how I do react to the world. And, you know, it is something that you develop by reading, by watching, by living, by experimenting, and ultimately it is directed to a better comprehension of the human condition. It is what provides you the approach, the participation in the process of apprehending the world. But I do believe that aesthetic comes first before formalized cognitive process. It what shapes your way of being. I think it might well predate cognitive processes. So that's pretty much what aesthetics for me is, an emotional experience. And I don't like when this is ridiculed, particularly in legal circles, because it is portrayed as a very irrational, childish, irrational, unreliable, most of the time subjective, which is a terrible offense when it comes to law. But to me, it's very important. I think that my aesthetic is hugely influenced by this, and probably also associated with the sense of imagination that this emotional charge comes with it when you try to look at the world in a given way. And imagination, I think it's also a fundamental component of my conception of aesthetic. Legend has it that Michelangelo once was in awe before a piece of marble, and he's supposed to have said, I saw a piece of marble and I saw an angel on it, and then I started carving to set him free. That's a very powerful image for me.
Well, let me pick up on this last point. So how do you square your aesthetic sensibilities with being an international lawyer? In your work, you've observed quite often that international law is antithetical to aesthetic experience. So how does that fit together? How can they be combined? Would you care to elaborate on why international law is antithetical to aesthetics?
Well, there are different ways of answering this. There is one very short answer. I mean, if you take the law, the traditional conception of mainstream international law and all law altogether, whereby everything is founded on rationality, which is the only validating and ordering factor. A law which is terribly averse to emotions, a law which is hostile to any ethical, to anything that might undermine its autonomy. That's the end of story. They can't be reconciled. But I think there are ways of looking at the same thing differently. I read recently an article written by a colleague, Julia Shaw, in the Liverpool Law Review, in which she attempts to reconcile this two dimensions, the aesthetical vision and the traditional legal predicaments, combining senses and reason. And she observes that symbols are often perceived by senses, and there is plenty of symbols in law and in international law on that, and we have a perceptual approach to them. Or maybe another good example is the fact that beliefs are fed by feelings, not just by rationality. And this might be an unconventional way of trying to reconcile, the senses and reason. We have seen earlier this morning the powerful symbology of venues, the Great Hall of Justice in the Peace Palace or other places. I mean, we are in awe before them. They intimidate us, but we relate with them with emotions, with feelings. And by the same token, if we have such a deeply ingrained faith in Article 38 as the sources of international law, isn't that because we desperately desire emotionally to have the certainty that the law can be traced somewhere? So I think it's much more complex than it seems. And then there is this ultimate paradox of a law which is predicated on objectivity, on objective standards, truth, objective facts, but in fact, it's populated by anthropomorphic creatures. The law can take up anthropomorphic features. It can be stretched. It can have a will. Institutions are reified. There's plenty of monsters in the legal imageries. So I find it a bit ridiculous that there is this hostility towards forms of understanding the reasons why we have those imageries, and certainly aesthetics is one of those reasons.
Well, if I can come back again to this idea of emotional response, and again with reference to that wonderful book that Moshe and you have edited, International Laws, Invisible Frames. So there are some studies today that apply cognitive and behavioral psychology to international legal processes, that they do explore also in experimental settings our emotional responses to things. So do you see these as international law going in the direction of recognizing emotions? Do you still see this obsession with objectivity that you denounce? Is it still present in those studies?
I don't know. I tend to think that certain trends do remain rather distinct. Only partly there is an overlap or an intersection. I think that behavioral approaches still remains predominantly predicated on rationality, certain type of rationality, bounded rationality. But even psychological, cognitive psychology, they're more geared towards understanding the process by which collective apprehend, systematize, select memory. For me, my own aesthetic experience is at the origin in an individual emotional experience. Certainly it can be shared to some extent. It can be accepted by others. But I think that the difference still remains, and I think it still precedes those forms of knowledge of a collective, or which implies almost the presence of a group. And then I'm a little bit skeptical about all these turns in the profession. I mean, we had the turn to empirical studies, turn to historiography, turn to cognitive approaches, turn to behavioral sciences. We are turning round and round and round. And I think that most of the time these turns simply are taken with our own preferences and what we like to think international law is about. Whereas for me, the aesthetical experience as an emotional experience remains very individual.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So let me focus on the word still that you use. So the discipline being still resistant to emotion. Yesterday, we heard from Annelies Riles, who suggested that, well, the zeitgeist, the broader zeitgeist, is not one where arts, social sciences, and even law are dominant, but where the hard sciences attract the imagination. Do you see this as a reality? Would you agree? Like these turn to object, so these focus on objectivity, is that something that is specific to the discipline of international law? Or do you think it reflects the broader zeitgeist?
International law has changed a great deal lately. I mean, 20 years ago, a conference like this would have been inconceivable. And it would be relegated into the realm of the non-legal, of something that is irrelevant and therefore serious lawyers should not attend. Now it's become part of who we are, and we can freely discuss about it. So this is one thing. At the same time, I do believe that the zeitgeist is not the one that represents aesthetics and the importance of art and pursuit of beauty, or the study of the place of imageries in professional circles. I think the zeitgeist is still scientism, is still the desire to anchor our knowledge into something that can prove to be scientifically demonstrable. If you don't have data, what is it that you're studying? It's not possible. I often quote this experience that I had a few years ago at iCourts, and I was presenting a paper on emotions. And at the end, a colleague, stood up in the audience and he asked me how I intended to measure emotions. And I said, sorry, I don't measure emotions. I try to get people to think, but that's not part of what I feel as my professional sentiment. And I would add another element, if I may. For me, aesthetic, it doesn't have to replace. It's not like one of those big movements. It's a personal, almost intimate way in which we approach the world. And that might be different. I don't lay claim to any universalization. I don't pretend that my own aesthetic might be made universal. Why should it? It's me. One interesting question is how my own aesthetic might influence the lawyer that I am. But aesthetics is not there to replace the techniques of international law, the way in which we do international law. We solve the case, we counsel, or we argue. It's another dimension, but one which is relevant to the law. 20 years ago might not have considered as such, but I think it has this discrete, almost intimate character. So I don't see aesthetic as one of those hunting ground which people should set out to conquer.
This is interesting. So this deeply personal relationship with aesthetic. Let me play devil's advocate for a moment. I'm conscious of the time, and I want to make sure that the audience has also an opportunity to ask you questions, Andrea. If we think about the aesthetical experience and the ethical experience in international law, so Søren Kierkegaard contrasts the aesthetic life, that is, he defined where an individual relates to themselves and seeks out experiences of beauty and pleasure. And Kierkegaard contrasted that with the ethical life, where an individual relates and defines themselves to other people. So first, do you see any merit? Maybe it's a distinction out of the blue, but I don't know if you've thought about this distinction. And if not, how would you articulate the relationship between your aesthetic engagement with international law with an ethical engagement with international law?
I haven't thought about it too much. So I learned from you about this distinction between Kierkegaard and his individualistic notion of aesthetic as opposed to the collective dimension of ethics. I don't think it can be easily generalized. I am not overly impressed by the explicatory faults of this. I think that the aesthetical experience is a subjective experience aimed at discovering the sensorial world, beauty around us. But it can be communicated, it can be shared. Vice versa, I can think of ethical choices or ethical issues that are not collective standards either. They have to respond to simply an individual call made an individual, whether I find it ethical to defend a war criminal on the like. I mean, this is not universal standards, it's individual choices. So the two may coincide, but they may not coincide. And I think Tolstoy once said it's incredibly delusional that we should identify beauty with goodness. It may happen, but not necessarily so. Sometimes you have the temptation when you see the representation of justice with a set of scales, with the unsheathed word. It's beautiful and it just, but some other times they don't go together. And some other times you just see the ugly and the unethical coincide. When you see Russia presiding over the Security Council of the United Nations starting on 1st of April 2023. It's the ugly and the unethical that made up. Or when the UN had the unfortunate idea of appointing, not for long, luckily, Robert Mugabe as ambassador of the United Nations for UNESCO. So I don't feel comfortable generalizing too much. But, I can think of personal experiences in which I think the aesthetic has had some bearing on some practical impact. And it doesn't sound very abstract. If I may, please, 2 or 3 things that I think are of value. The first one is anecdotal, and I apologize. But in 2009, I was invited to give the inaugural lecture to the Geneva Academy of International Humanitarian Law and Human Rights. And the directors had invited me to give a lecture on what I, at the time, considered an expert of terrorism in international armed conflict. But what I did was a completely different exercise, because of course I did talk about terrorism and international armed conflict, but I interspersed everything I said legally with references to literary works in which the violence, the odors, the colors of war would come out. I used fiction, Hemingway, and other wartime writers, because I wanted the audience to realize that to talk about international humanitarian law is not just to talk nicely about the principle of precautionality in the attack that just a few weeks earlier I had heard a colleague explain in 25 minutes to the audience. Oh my God, if you need 25 minutes to explain what the proportionality of an attack consists, what about the commander on the ground having to take a decision in a quarter of a second? So that kind of experience, that kind of sharing the technique, the knowledge of the law, but also with the underlying human experience, generated a very strong reaction. I got the, I think, longest applause of my career from the students. My colleagues did not applaud. And I took it as the need for a human dimension, for an aesthetics of the human condition and what it means to be in war, to be significant. And the other thing that I think I should mention, because it's a nice read that I would recommend to everybody, I was very struck when I read the book by Albie Sachs, The Strange Alchemy of Law and Life. Albie Sachs was the first Supreme Justice of the newly constituted Constitutional Court in South Africa after Mandela took power. Incidentally, Albie Sachs was a terrorist who was maimed for life by the South African Secret Service because he was blown up in a car, so he lost his eye, he lost his arm. And he wrote a beautiful book with also a very inspiring book of a women dress, which apparently was a dress which was produced as evidence of a terrible crime committed against this woman. And in that book, in a very honest and in a very strikingly candid style, Albie Sachs tells what is the work of the judge. And you should be stunned at the sincerity when he says, we first of all have an intuitive approach to a case, which is based on our feelings, on our emotions. Then, of course, that doesn't end it all, because then as a lawyer, you have to prove, you have to test your intuition, which is not just haphazard sort of element. Intuition is based on experience, it's based on knowledge, it's based on empathy, and so on and so forth. But this combination, where there is also a place for the feelings and for the capacity to relate to the law in an emotional way, before deploying the usual paraphernalia that we use to make the law fair and objective, I think that is also a good illustration of the impact that an aesthetic vision might have on the operation of the law.
Thank you. I think it is very useful indeed to think about. That preempts my question or provocation to you. So what is the practical value of all of this? And isn't an aesthetic approach under risk of being dismissed as self-indulgent? So I think that you've already answered that. Let me turn to the room first, because I know I'm conscious that we only have 45 minutes for this keynote event. First, to hear if there are questions. I do see Daniel with a hand up, and Moshe with a hand up. So maybe we can start with their questions, and then I will have maybe a couple of concluding questions for you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for sharing these impressions and thoughts. You presented this very personal account of the aesthetics of international law. And my question in this regard is, and it is something that I felt many of us were grappling at this conference, is if the aesthetic experience is so personal and subjective, what does that imply methodologically for us as scholars? So how do we present our accounts? If our accounts are just our interpretations, what does that imply for, positionality? Why would it matter how we relate to international law rather than someone else? So can you maybe subtract some kind of methodological guidance from this account of the aesthetics of international law that you've just provided? Thanks.
No, I don't. It still remains my own aesthetics. But I think it does matter to international, and not in the sense because it can provide a readily applicable universal methodology that anyone can use. Your own aesthetics is probably different from mine, and it's the result of your different experiences. With my own aesthetics, I think, there are some things that I see how it determines my way of being a lawyer. It has to do with, I don't know, cultivate an inner sense of beauty and fairness, and also to develop a sense of the ugly. And I get very often indignant at what I perceive as unfair, ugly legal outcomes. I think that it's an aesthetic that implies a great deal of empathy, that has no problem admitting the role of emotions and how I look at law, and that interiorize in many ways moral duty, coupling ethics and aesthetics when it is possible, but not necessarily equating one with the other. And then I'm very conscious also of the importance of keeping that kind of aesthetic, vibrant, emotional thing. Even Einstein was very much in favor of pursuing creativity by looking at the beautiful, and Einstein is not known to have become a famous poet. So don't underestimate what you and your way of being, and with your individual aesthetics, reflecting on the way you do things, may actually have an impact on the world. And maybe just don't put some emphasis on methodology. Methodology is much more reassuring. It gives you the sense that you're doing what others do and it's been tested. But don't shy away, particularly law, particularly if you have position of responsibilities, from having the courage of admitting that all these different elements that most lawyers are averse to play out. And read Albie Sachs' book, please.
I think Moshe and Marina.
Tommaso asked about practical things. So I think from what you said, we can detect, I'm not sure, but some chain of reaction, that we have something aesthetical, and then it generates some emotion, and then it leads to some general attitude. Let's say the ICJ, as we have heard, wants to use some aesthetic symbols in order to generate some feelings, or teddy bears, and then it may improve our attitude toward the UN or the ICJ. You know, when you choose a cover for your book, so this cover of book, it is likely to spur some emotion, and then it may lead that for someone to read the book and say, wow, it's good, because subconsciously this aesthetical cover, it generates some emotions. Is it something like that? I mean, I know it's not always instrumental, but actually in many cases, you or the ICJ or the UN, they want to generate some emotion and general attitude. And last question, second question following Daniel, is it really only individual? Again, when you choose a cover for your book, or when the ICJ plan the architecture, they want to influence the public. It's not only about yourself or the person who designed the ICJ, you take into account some intersubjective patterns, some collective patterns. No, I mean, it's not only about yourself personally, or again, or perhaps I'm mistaken. Thank you.
Okay, so your first question is about manipulation, whether aesthetics is about manipulation. Possibly, all these different approaches and sensibilities may tend to be put to bad use, become solipsistic, become a caricature. When I chose a cover for the book, my only concern is not to sell the book, is to establish a connection between the visual and the content of the book. So I am ready to take the point that when the ICJ, who has another institutional responsibility than me, may resort to certain tricks to intimidate, it may result not in a very authentic aesthetics. It's done for the visual is used for other purposes. It's another kind of aesthetics than the one that I described to you, that is my own, and that I don't pretend is the universal recipe for making the world a better place, and I don't see any turn to aesthetics in the world. So reassure yourself. Authenticity for me is part of the effort. For me, the sphere of the feeling of the emotions, of the sentiments of awe that you might actually incur, must be authentic. But it depends on what kind of use you make of it, and you can use it instrumentally, and publishing houses may use it for selling more books. The ICJ to intimidate the council and the parties when they appear before the symbol of powers and justice. Yeah, I think everything can be reduced to solipsism and self-indulgence. Incidentally, it's the very nasty critique that Koskiniemi levied against Philip Allard and his way of writing. So,
thank you for this profound discussion. And perhaps my question will be similar to Moshe, but I will still try to ask it. You distinguished emotions as being very individualistic, whereas thoughts or production of thoughts more generally understandable. And I would like to challenge that a little bit. Aren't emotions universal? The feeling of fear, anger, so perhaps the triggers are personal to our stories, but then the feeling is the same. And second to that, don't thoughts and emotions come from the same place? Because you mentioned that emotions go before thought. Could they be on the spectrum? Basically the same thing, just one is more verbalized and we put it in the books, and the other one is perceived through other senses. But is mind fundamentally different from nose or ears or eyes? It's a challenging question.
I don't need to challenge. I don't feel challenged because I agree with you, meaning that emotions can be shared. Made to some extent general. Universal is a word I have some allergy to, but they can be generalized. I suppose my main preoccupation coming into this event was to be taken as somebody who presents a general theory of aesthetics and its impact on international. So I was very preoccupied of conveying that this is my own personal take on this, discuss possibly some potential application illustrations. So this might have coerced a little bit some of my statements, but I'm perfectly in agreement with you that, of course, emotions can be shared. Emotions can operate together. In any event, emotions should not be ignored, even if you're a lawyer. And I don't get why in 2023 with so much progress that international legal scholarship has made up to the point that these kind of events are now possible, the average lawyer still remains, averts, and resents emotions as something that might, be highly dysfunctional in the legal system. I don't agree with that.
Thank you for these questions. I'm looking around the room once again, and I don't see other hands up. So let me maybe ask you a couple more questions, Andrea, using my discussant's privilege. How, in your view, so where is beauty in international law for you? So beauty is what we are after, right? Where do we find it? What is something that you find genuinely beautiful or attracting in this international legal world that we are trying to explore it? And maybe how do we go about finding that beauty? Is that a very, again, individual enterprise? Everyone finds their way to reach that beauty? Or do you have an advice that can be generalized?
No, you don't go out there to find beauty. Beauty finds you most of the time. So I don't have any recipe about how to search for beauty. And oftentimes beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. So what might be beautiful for me might not be beautiful for you. So, but I think we should be receptive emotionally. When we experience something that can be largely characterized as beautiful. So you don't go seek out beauty, but if you bump into some representation of the law, some, a phrase in a book that explains you something that you haven't understood for a long while, and all of a sudden, maybe by use of a metaphor, or another, communication or figure of speech, we can be struck by awe and say, "Oh wow, that's beautiful," because I understand that. Or just to give you an example that I found very, I don't know, it's not sweet, but very illustrative, again, in this article that Julia Shaw prepared, a very competent article. And she makes reference, and I am talking under the control of my common lawyers colleagues in the room, a case of 2000 in which Designers Guild Limited versus Russell Williams Textiles, in which Lord Hoffman made a very elegant reference to copyright law loving more foxes than hedgehogs. And that was a reference to an ancient Greek philosopher who used to say, foxes know a lot of things, but the hedgehog knows one big thing. And all Lord Hoffman wanted to say is that copyright law is infinitely more fitting to regulate fairly little claims, not general principles. It might not just be the good instrument. And I found it beautiful because by way of this metaphor, one might realize the limits and the potential of copyright law by using this. This is beautiful to me, and it's an example that I could feel confident giving. Or maybe not beauty in the usual form, but I always found beautiful the way in which the Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit in 1980, in the case of Filartiga versus Peña Irala, retrieved an old 1789 statute to ensure justice to the family of a child who had been kidnapped. And in the very act of having the courage of retrieving an old statute, dignified with an interpretation which should account for the contemporary realities and vindicate such an atrocity, I think, yeah, it was something beautiful for me. Now, this may not be the kind of examples that you expect to hear about what is beautiful, but beautiful is something that you feel inside, and it may relate to all these kind of different things, and that you might have just reading a judgment, listening to legal argument, watching a movie, or listening to music. That's what I'm talking about.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I'm looking at the clock, and unfortunately, our time is coming to a close. If I may ask you one final question, and I hope so you partly covered it, and I hope you don't take it as a slogan, but maybe we can continue during the next coffee break after the next panel. Is an aesthetic approach, can we make an aesthetic approach to law also something political or emancipatory? Can we have a politics of beauty? Can we put our aesthetic sensibilities at the service also of improving the system? Or is it something that will remain forever so inside of us? And so how do we do that?
Maybe it's feasible. It wouldn't be I who does it. I would have no clue about how to start. Michael would be like, on the individuals. Look at the little things. Don't disdain your own inner emotions when you do your legal work, even tough legal work, some that demands an involvement with the condition of humanity. Whether I would make a general, it depends on what you mean by aesthetics. This is my own aesthetics. Now you take, you had Pierre Schlag yesterday. Pierre Schlag's aesthetic is different. It's the representation of the things and the forms of the law. In that sense, your question, I think, is much more makes much more sense, because you can systematize, you can use the aesthetic of the grid or other forms of aesthetic, or you may concentrate, as you have done in other panels, about the visual and the object, where the beauty takes up also different connotations. And this could also be somewhat encompassed by the term aesthetics. I just wanted to propose very personal, tiny, different notion of aesthetic. I wouldn't like to make much of it, but I think it's tremendously important for somebody who does legal work.
Andrea, thank you so much for these tiny and important thoughts that you wanted to share with us. Please join me in thanking Andrea Bianchi for his generous engagement. Fantastic. We now move on to the next panel, followed by a coffee break. So I will free some space.
Okay, so this one we don't have a break, and this is a slightly longer panel. There are 5 papers being presented. My name is Rohit. I'm a PhD student here at CEU. I don't do international law, but I just have to say I found this conference fascinating, and I found the papers that were sent across to this one also extremely interesting. Very broadly, the panel concerns questions of basically the entanglements of international law and space being the thing out here, not up there. The papers are quite broad, quite diverse, but they all speak to one another. There are questions of evidence, about how international law treats evidence. There are critiques of international law from an aesthetic perspective, and there are questions about how aesthetics informs choices of iconography in international law. We'll start with Muyuva Adigun. I hope I pronounced it right. He's a senior lecturer at the University of Ibadan in Nigeria. His work mostly focuses on international criminal law, human rights law, jurisprudence, and legal theory. What I found very interesting while going through your CV was that you did your bachelor's in fine arts. And to me, that sort of explains the paper, which is on Cubism in international law, and looks at the way that international law prioritizes certain issues over others, if I understood correctly. So thank you.
Thank you very much. The title of my paper is Cubism and International Law. There is a fundamental assumption in the paper. The assumption is that the way you visualize international law can give you an insight into how international law operates in terms of actors and political institutions. Then the way you also visualize it also gives you an insight into how international law can be improved. So that's the fundamental assumption of my paper. And so I visualize international law in two ways. First, I visualize it in the realist approach to drawing and painting. That's the first visualization. Then the second visualization is that I visualize international law in cubist terms. I will explain what I mean. Let me start with the first piece of visualization. If you look at figure 1, you will see that it tries to represent vegetation and roads. But certain things come out if you look closely. You can see a canvas of the artist. You can see a road network. Then you can see vegetation here. One thing you first note is that objects that are closer are deeper, clearer. Those that are far away appear blurred. You can't really see them. So that's the first one. Then if you look at the second one, you can see this is a paper. Then you can see a combination of shades. Objects that are far are not so clear, while objects that are closer are deeper and clearer. Now, this first one is a technique in realist painting. Call it perspective. Then this one, we call it shading, combination of shades. So what does this convey in visual terms about international? I take the canvas of the artist as international law. I take the artist as international actors. Then objects that are closer, deeper and clearer, I take them as objects of international law that are protected and well guarded. Then objects that recede to the background, I see them as objects in international law too, but these ones are less protected and international law is less concerned about them. And so the same also applies to this drawing. This is the drawing paper. So this is international law. Then the artist as international actor. Then objects that recede as objects of international law whose interests are less protected, and those ones that are closer as objects of international law whose interests are much more protected. And so that is the realist approach to painting, which of course involves my visualization of international law. So let's now see what I feel the cubist approach should be. Okay.
What is Cubism itself? It's a concept in international law. The idea is that representing nature is no longer important, but what you interpret from nature is what matters. But essentially, in terms of perspective and shading, what Cubism does is that objects that recede in perspective and objects that are closer in perspective are brought together on the same canvas of the artist. So no object recedes. No object is brought to the fore. In fact, there is no background, there is no foreground, there is no middle ground. So that's what Cubism does. So in respect of this is the canvas of the artist. I take it as international. Again, the artist is also the international actor. But instead of finding objects receding and some in the foreground, all of them are represented on the same plane. No object recedes, no object is brought to the foreground. So what informs this drawing? Picasso is one of the main protagonists, so to say, if I may use that word, in painting for Cubism, together with his friend George Braque. The two of them started the movement. But they were informed by African art, yes, which does not essentially represent nature, but rather interprets it and conceives nature in philosophical terms. And so the idea of nature as cubes, you can see some cubes here, you can also find it here. So Picasso and his friends and all other artists in Cubist movement were influenced by African art. And that is why we have African art here. And so my argument now is that international law, viewed in the Cubist terms, should no longer prioritize any interest over another. All other interests must be brought to the foreground and must be equally represented. And so you may be curious, having said this, which of course is essentially my message in my paper, that, okay, what are those interests that I feel are more represented? And what are those interests that are made to recede to the background by international actors? Well, I will draw some few examples. And let me start with international economic law. Joseph Stiglitz, who was the former vice president of World Bank, obviously did extensively on the workings of international economic law. He wrote 2 books on it. And one is, what do you call it? I've forgotten now. Civilization and its discontent. Globalization and its discontent, yes. So he brought out the workings of international economic law. His argument is that the Western powers and some few interests in it have dominated international economic law. They will say there should be free movement of services, but this is where they are strong, because they have more bankers, more lawyers, more engineers, more constructionists. And so open your borders, allow free movement of services. They will argue against subsidy, but they will subsidize agriculture and make it difficult for third world countries to be able to penetrate their market. And he says, from the agenda setting, they have dominated it. That's, for example, when it comes to unskilled workers, third world countries have such. When they travel out, they send remittances home, but they won't open their markets for unskilled workers. So why should that be? So as far as international economic law, Stiglitz concludes that there is no fairness of any kind. The Western interest is privileged. Then let's look at international criminal law. Another example. When the International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia was set up, It was to investigate international crimes committed during a civil war in Yugoslavia. But it stands to question. The International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia did not investigate NATO's intervention in Yugoslavia. Why should that be? Whether international crime was committed or not, it should have been investigated. That's all. Scholars have the view that, again, the interest of the West is privilege. If you look at the definition of international crimes, a genocide, for example, technically, pre-1945 era is excluded. There's so many lives were lost during colonialism. Then during the settlement of settler community in Australia, in Canada, a lot of Aborigines were killed. Why is it that the definition of genocide, it does not take cognizance of that? Why does it exclude it? Again, it is argued the interest of the West is protected. So if we now go back, yes, another example, international human rights law. Well, this one is even very much interesting because ordinarily, human rights law is expected to protect human rights. But again, you still find some interest being privileged over others. Rosalie Higgins, who happened to be judge of the International Court of Justice, when she was a member of the International Law Commission, said, while she was delivering a parting lecture, she said, the Western world takes human rights as if they are not violating it, and that it is only communities and states outside the West that should be investigated. Human Rights Watch and some other bodies, we find it convenient to produce reports on Africa and some other parts of the world about human rights violations, but we maintain sparse reports, if any, on the Western world. And so now coming back to these visuals, the first and the second, the present position of international laws is that it adopts a realist approach where the interest of the West is privileged. And now I'm arguing that we should go by way of Cubist approach. We have no interest in privilege, whether that of the West or that of any other civilization. And all interests are equally represented. That's my argument. And that's my conclusion. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. The next presentation, we have two presenters, one of whom is online. Arif, who's here, is a PhD student at the University College London, and Carlos is a PhD student at the University of Basel. Their presentation concerns the way in which maps and photos are used as evidence in international law, specifically in questions of, as you can see, territorial disputes. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you so much also for the opportunity to be here. It's a shame Carlos couldn't be here in person, but we're very thankful for your flexibility so that we could do this in a hybrid format. So the paper essentially argues that the visuals in international cases, specifically maps and photos, are a part and parcel of the legal argumentative practice, not neutral and impartial representations of reality, but value-laden parts of the argumentative practice of the law. And the inception of the paper was really a conversation that Carlos and I had with a retired international judge while we were interning together in Germany a pandemic ago. And he was telling us a story about a maritime delimitation case where counsel for State A stands up, begins his pleadings with a map that represented State A's perspectives on the maritime delimitation case. And his real genius was when he finished his pleadings and went to sit down, he left the map, quote unquote, accidentally where it was. So counsel for State B goes to begin his pleadings, but obviously he's undermined the entire time by the map that was left by the counsel from State A. And so the point that he was making, the judge was making, was how impactful this little tactic was, and that was a nice little way for him to highlight how important the visual can be in the argumentative practice of the law. And so we can see the visual and the impact it has on the legal arguments in a range of circumstances. The example on the right, that's the famous visual representation of tariff walls from the 20s. I thought I'd include it just because it was also, among other places, put on display in the Vienna Chamber of Commerce, and it became a cornerstone of the policy and legal argumentation for reducing trade barriers. But Carlos and I really think where the visual and the impact it has on legal arguments is really fascinating is when you have territorial disputes and maritime delimitation disputes. And a key example is the picture to the left. That's the 9-dash line map, which really encapsulates the Chinese strategic ambiguity vis-a-vis their legal position in the South China Sea. And the argument that we make is that in the context of these sort of disputes, the visuals really become an integral part of the argumentative practice of the law. And the reason is kind of simple, because if you have a dispute and the judge or the counsel are presented with a set of coordinates, it's very difficult to really engage with that dispute on that abstract level. So there's a very easy way, a natural almost way, for maps and photos to come in. And because of this almost intuitive role that maps and photos have, they're taken to be these impartial and neutral and objective evidentiary tools. But this is precisely a point that we are trying to push back against. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to show that the maps, they make a wonderful medium for legal argumentation because they are quite malleable. And so what we try to do in the paper is we're trying to show how each representation, each visual representation in maps or photos is rooted in quite a lot of choices, and how these choices are part and parcel of the legal argument. And so it tries to the paper tries to show this value-laden nature of the visuals, as opposed to the sort of official discourse that exists around maps and photos. And so what we'll do now is I'll give the floor to Carlos so that he could talk a little bit about our methodological approaches, as well as the official discourse on the use of maps and photos in these sort of disputes. And then I'll come back again and give a couple of examples of how this has worked out in a couple of interesting examples. Carlos, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Arif, and hello everyone from Basel. I'm so sorry I cannot be with you in person, but due to medical reasons, I was prevented of doing so. So what I'm going to do in the next couple of minutes, and please, Arif, I will ask your indulgence assistance with the slides. So what I'm going to do in the next minutes, it's to give you an overview of how maps and photos normally are used in territorial and maritime disputes. So we are considering both categories, territorial and maritime disputes, and we are mapping around 53 cases of the ICJ, the ITLOS, arbitral tribunals, and international commissions. And despite the applicable law between these two types of disputes may differ at some point, we did find a pattern in terms of how maps and photos are used. And it's normally that this evidence normally is used as a way to persuade the bench of how a maritime delimitation line should follow, or whether a title of sovereignty is granted to state A or state B. And perhaps the quote that we are showing now by Abdulrazak Gurnah precisely highlights this perception of maps, like what do they represent and how it can be portrayed in a way or another, reflecting a piece of land or a sector of the ocean. So what I'm going to do now is try to give you some examples of how maps have been used in territorial disputes, and later on I will do the same with maritime disputes. So, so turning to territorial disputes, so normally the strategy of the states is seeking to prove that they have a title of sovereignty, or they have been exercising an effectivité over the disputed territory. So the role of maps and photos come into play in at least two contexts. First, maps can be physical expressions of the will of a state or states concerned in the dispute. And a clear example of this is the Temple of Phra case we heard of 1962, sorry, where the ICJ granted particular relevance to Annex 1 map presented by Cambodia. And by doing so, the court considered that Thailand have acquiesced the line included in such map, and therefore considered such map as a subsequent practice to interpret the Franco-Siamese Treaty of 1904. Therefore, the court ruled in favor of Cambodia. Now, second,